A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, This I Believe. A series of living philosophies presented in the hope they may help to strengthen and enrich your life. Here is Edward R. Murrow.
This I Believe. The figure of Herbert Hoover looms ever larger in contemporary history. No man better exemplifies the fulfillment of the American dream. Born a poor boy in the town of West Branch, Iowa in 1874, and reared a Quaker, he worked his way through Stanford University, earning an engineering degree. He married his college sweetheart, and together they enjoyed a long and happy life until her death in 1944. His fortune made before he was 50, Mr. Hoover thereafter devoted himself to the service of his fellow men, beginning with Belgian war relief. Later, he became Secretary of Commerce, and in 1929, the 31st President of the United States. The figure of Herbert Hoover has become a kind of fixture in the turbulent sweep of world history in which we now live. Out of the accumulated wisdom of his 78 years, Mr. Hoover now speaks to us of his personal beliefs.
My professional training was in science and engineering. That is a training in the search for truth and its application to the use of mankind. With the growth of science, we have a continuous contention from a tribe of atheistic and agnostic philosophers that there is an implacable conflict between science and religion in which religion will be vanquished. I do not believe it. I believe not only that religious faith will be victorious, but that it is vital to mankind that it shall be. We may differ in form and particulars in our religious faith. Those are matters which are sacred to each of our inner sanctuaries, but it is our privilege to decline to argue about it. Their real demonstration is the lives that we live. But there is one foundation common to all religious faith. Our discoveries in science have proved that all the way from the galaxies in the heavens to the constitution of the atom, the universe is controlled by inflexible law. Somewhere a supreme power created these laws. At some period, man was differentiated from the beasts and was endowed with a spirit from which springs conscience, idealism, and spiritual yearnings. It is impossible to believe that there is not here a divine touch and a purpose from the Creator of the universe. I believe we can express these things only in religious faith. From their religious faith, the Founding Fathers enunciated the most fundamental law of human progress since the Sermon on the Mount, when they stated that man received from the Creator certain inalienable rights and that these rights should be protected from encroachment of others by law and justice. The agnostic and atheistic philosophers have sought to declaim progress in terms of materialism alone. But from whence came the morals, the spiritual yearnings, the faith, the aspirations to justice and freedom of mind, which have been the roots of our progress? Always growing societies record their faith in God. Decaying societies lack faith and deny God. But America is not a decaying society. It remains strong. Its faith is in compassion and in God's intelligent mercy.
You have just heard the personal credo of an American elder statesman, former President Herbert Hoover, a man intimate with many of the events which in his own lifetime have hoisted the United States into the leadership of Western civilization. His own beliefs, just spoken, reflect 3/4 of a century spent in the service of his country and of mankind.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
counseling you, Ethelbert?
One of those quizzes. And it says here, what are these men famous for? Sidney Porter, Samuel Clemens, Charles Dodgson.
Well, they're all great authors.
Well, how come I never heard of them?
Well, you would if they printed their pen names. They're O. Henry, Mark Twain, and Lewis Carroll.
Well, I'll be. Those names are famous. Everybody knows them.
Mm-hmm. Like everybody knows Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Our adventure for tonight, The Serpent Goddess. Afternoon, around 2 o'clock. A sumptuous suite in one of our city's finest hotels. There's a knock at the door, and a big, weather-beaten man opens it.
I guess you're the newspaper folks that found me. I'm Dan Sykes.
Yeah, thanks for giving us this appointment, Mr. Sykes. This is Miss Williams. My name is Casey.
Oh, I'm real pleased to meet you, Miss Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Sykes.
You're a swell-looking kid.
Thanks again.
Come in, make yourself at home.
Thanks.
Well, what can I do for you?
Well, through a mix-up, Mr. Sykes, our paper didn't have anyone at the airport this morning to cover your arrival with Mr. Johansson. And the Morning Express wants to rectify its blunder now with a special interview.
Pictures, too.
Take all the pictures you want and ask all the questions you want.
Well, we'd like to have your partner, Mr. Johansson, in on this. We phoned him, but he wasn't in.
Oh, Chris went out to look for a cheaper place to live. He ain't like me. I'm going to enjoy my dough.
According to our news service reports, you and Johansson have already sold part of the emeralds you found in South America for over $1 million.
That's right. I'm a nouveau rich. But we didn't sell the best ones. We brought the eyes back here to the States with us.
The eyes?
Well, that's what Chris and I call the two big emeralds we found.
Reports on how you found all those emeralds have been rather conflicting, Mr. Sykes. What's the real lowdown?
Well, Chris and I were flying an old crate out of Caracas on our way to Lima when a gas line broke and we had to bail out over the jungle. While we were trying to find our way out, we come out of some ruins of an old Indian town, and under a stone we accidentally knocked over, we found them emeralds. And that's all there was to it.
There wasn't another man with you and Mr. Johansson?
No, we were alone.
Well, the first story we got on you fellas was that two very sick men, one with a pocket full of emeralds, had staggered into a village at the edge of the jungle, raving about a third guy they'd seen crushed to death by a big snake.
A huge boa constrictor or an anaconda with, of all things, a human face.
Yeah, well, naturally, a yarn like that made news.
One of them South American reporters dreamed up that crazy stuff. Whoever saw a snake with a human face? Excuse me, someone at the door. Oh, hello, Chris.
I think I find me a place to live, Sykes. But such high prices. Oh, you got company.
Oh, they're newspaper folks. This is Chris Johansson, Miss Williams.
How do you do, Mr. Johansson?
Well, you are a pretty lady, Miss Williams.
And this is Casey.
Hello, Mr. Casey.
How are you?
They've been interviewing me about our emeralds, Chris. I just been telling them that snake story was a lot of bunk.
Sykes and me was alone in that jungle. Also, we are not afraid of no drums.
Drums?
One of the goofy stories they told about us was that when we come out of that jungle, we raved about hearing drum beats all the time.
We was sick with fever, Sykes. We didn't know what we were saying.
We never said anything about drums.
No, we never said nothing because we had no reason to.
That's right.
Yeah, I would like a drink, Sykes. I see you got a bottle there.
Yeah, help yourself. Well, what other questions you want to ask, Miss Williams?
Well, I'd like to know
Sykes.
who you're...
The drum.
It can't be here.
No, not in the city.
It can't be here.
What's the matter with you fellas?
Nothing. Oh, there's music now, Chris.
Huh?
look out of this window. There's only some Salvation Army folks down there with a bass drum and a couple of horns.
Yeah, just Salvation Army people with an ordinary old bass drum.
Good night, Mrs. Wheelbreaker. Now, Casey, what was I saying?
Saying goodnight to Mrs. Wheelbreaker. Oh, I don't know, pal. You hadn't started to say anything yet.
Hadn't I?
No.
Oh, I remember. You know that fella Sykes, who you and Miss Williams told me about interviewing a couple of weeks ago?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he come into this bar today, and I served him a couple of drinks. I recognized him immediately from the pictures you took for your paper. After the little blonde he had with him called him Dan Sykes.
No, afterwards. You had a little blonde along, huh?
Uh-huh.
A few days ago, we saw him with a big brunette.
Well, he told us he was going to enjoy his dough, Eddie.
He's an awfully nervous-acting guy, Casey. Walter happened to hit the bottom of an empty wooden ice tub he was taking down cellar, and when it went boom like a drum, I thought Sykes was going to faint dead away.
Yeah, he and Johansson are certainly allergic to drum beats, aren't they?
They didn't give you no idea why?
No.
Yeah.
Their only explanation was an obvious phony.
The original news report was... Hey, you really think there was another fellow with him in that jungle who was squeezed to death by a big snake with a human face?
Well, there's good reason to believe that a third man may have parachuted into the jungle with Sykes and Johansson.
Yeah?
According to Inside Dope, our paper can't print without risking a libel suit, Sykes and Johansson used their plane for smuggling jobs. And it's thought they specialized in smuggling people from one South American country into another.
Like wanted criminals, red hots.
Yeah, and political troublemakers.
It's suspected that Sykes and Johansson were taking an exiled revolutionist back to a country he'd been kicked out of when their plane went bad. And that he's the other man they talked about when they came out of the jungle.
They were both delirious from fever then, but when they recovered and knew what they were saying, they quickly changed their story.
You figure they told the truth while they were delirious.
Well, they couldn't help it.
Then it must have been true about the third guy getting crushed by a big snake. But a snake with a human face.
Yeah. Oh, we can't worry about it here any longer. Casey, we've got to get back to the office.
Yeah, before city desk starts paging. What do I owe you, pal?
It's only 60 cents.
Oh, only 60 cents. Too bad. I guess I got that much.
Oh, excuse me. There's the bar phone. Hello? Just a second. Your city desk is paging you, Casey.
Huh? What do you mean? Oh, this is Casey. 301 Hawthorne Street, apartment 3A. Okay, I got it, Burke. Well, what goes there? Who? Say that again, Burke. In a city apartment? Whew. Hey, that's a story, all right. Look, it right up there.
Hey, what is it, Casey?
You look funny.
Chris Johansson has been found dead in his apartment.
Sykes' partner?
Yeah. Annie, he was crushed to death.
Crushed?
Squeezed. As though a big snake had coiled itself around him.
Our story will continue in just a moment. To you who enjoy good, wholesome American beer and ale, here's the easiest, most convenient, and most satisfactory way to buy it. Ask for your favorite brand in the new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle. Now, here's a bottle made just for you. No one has ever used it before. No one will ever use it again. And it costs so little that it can be thrown away when empty, just like any other food container. You pay no deposit, never have empties cluttering up your kitchen, or bother about returning them to the store. And though it holds exactly as much as the regular beer bottle, the one-way bottle is so compact that it takes up a minimum of precious refrigerator space. It's light and easy to carry. It chills beer more quickly and holds the chill longer. It looks well on any table. But most important of all, it's made of glass. And because it's made of glass, it brings you beer and ale of perfect clarity, untouched by any foreign flavor. The Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle is a product of Anchor Hocking. The the most famous name in glass.
Captain Logan, did the medical examiner say that a big snake?
He didn't say a snake did it, Miss Williams. He merely said that, well, that a python or boa constrictor were the only things he knew of that would kill in such a way. Johansson was literally squeezed to death by something big and smooth that coiled around his entire body.
In this apartment?
Yes, Casey.
Well, what do you think, Captain?
Only that a snake big enough to do the killing didn't do the killing. That's too crazy, Miss Williams. Oh, nuts, Casey. I just can't figure this one out at all.
You know about the first news story we had on Johansson and Sykes, huh?
Yes, I think you told me about it, but well, that fantastic yarn can't have any bearing.
Naturally, you're going to question Sykes.
My men have orders to bring him here as soon as they can find him.
Well, here's your sergeant now, Logan. Now, maybe now we'll get the lowdown.
You found Sykes at his apartment, Sergeant?
Yes, Captain. I gave it to him cold about Johansson's death. I thought he was going to pass out on me. Especially when I told him it looked like the job of a big snake. He kind of whispered to himself, "She followed us."
She followed us?
Yes, sir.
Well, were you able to find out where he was last night when Johansson was killed?
Well, Sykes was throwing a big party in his place. His alibi is perfect.
Now bring him in.
Yes, sir.
She followed us.
That's a screwy one, Casey.
Yeah.
Another screwy one, like his fear of drums.
Mr. Sykes, sir.
Oh, I'm Captain Logan, Homicide Bureau, Mr. Sykes. You already know Miss Williams and Mr. Casey.
Let me see, Chris.
Now, the body's still in the next room where it was found. Now, step in. Take a look.
So that's what she does to a man.
Who is this she?
Let me out of here, Captain. I can't look anymore.
Now, let's go back into the other room. Sit down, Mr. Sykes, and tell us what you know about this thing.
I may as well tell you. I know now there's no way of getting away from her. Vasco said we couldn't.
Vasco?
She got Vasco first. Now it's Chris. Soon it'll be me.
You explain what you're talking about?
Okay. There were three of us who bailed out of the plane over the jungle.
Casey,
Quiet.
Vasco had caused a lot of political trouble in his own country, and he'd been told to stay out of it, or else. He paid Chris Johansson and me $1,000 to fly him back there without anyone getting wise. We'd have done it if our plane hadn't gone wrong. But it did, and we had to jump. We were in luck, we thought, because all of us landed safe in the clearing. Then, all of a sudden...
Sykes, what was that?
Sounded like a drum, Chris.
It is a drum.
Oh, that's nuts, Vasco. There's nothing but animals in this part of the jungle. You saw it from the air. We're deep in the bush.
Look there.
Yeah. Guys with spears and clubs.
Indians.
They are all around this clearing.
You got the only gun, Sykes. Shoot.
No, don't. The biggest man have laid down his spear and lift his hand in a sign of peace.
Say, they're all laying down their weapons.
It looked like they are coming as friends.
They were friendly Indians. They took us to their village and treated us swell. Seems we were the first white men they'd ever run into.
Isolated tribe.
Vasco called them a lost tribe, Casey. They had houses full of stone, and they acted civilized. That is, outside of their religion.
Their religion?
They worship snakes.
Now, go on.
Boa constrictors were sacred to them. And they made human sacrifices to their boa.
How?
When anyone broke a law, they tied them up in big drums. After a while, a big snake would slide out of the jungle, and I saw it done, but it didn't warn me.
Let's have the rest, Phil.
The top medicine man, the head priest of the tribe, had a good-looking daughter who fell for me hard. She had a bracelet of them.
Huh? Oh.
Wait. After I picked up a little of her language, she told me where there were bigger, finer animals. I told Chris and Vasco what she'd said, so one night the three of us started out.
We must be getting close to the place she told you about, Sykes.
Yeah, as I get it from her, Chris, we'll find a long stone building completely hidden by jungle growth. Hold your torch higher, Vasco.
All right. I do not like this business, Sykes.
You gonna start that again?
If they catch us before we can escape, well, you have seen what happened to men who break their law.
They're not gonna get me squeezed by any big snake, not while I have a gun.
Listen.
Those drums.
I hear.
They are calling the big snake for the sacrifice tonight.
Yeah, that's why I picked tonight to come here. The whole village will be attending the ceremony.
You are sure nobody guards that temple where we go to?
The girl says it's guarded only by the spirits. They won't bother us.
We shall be robbing their temple.
Oh, look. There is the long stone building.
That's the place.
We can walk right in.
Sure, and take what we want. Come on.
It is so dark in there, and these torches give so little light.
They'll give enough. The emeralds are back.
On a statue, you said.
Yeah, come on.
Sykes, I see.
Hold me. A snake. A big snake. Run, get out.
Chris, you fool. It's the statue.
The statue?
Yes, Chris. Carved of stone with a human face.
Look, I see now. It has a woman's face.
And its eyes are emeralds. The biggest I've ever seen.
And the emerald necklace.
We'll be millionaires, Chris.
Oh, millionaires.
I'll climb up and get them. What's that?
The drum. It started when you touched the snake statue. Maybe it's a warning.
Buck, hand me a knife, Chris.
Here. And be quick, Sykes.
You are going to do what I came to do, Vasca. Cut off this necklace and pry out them emerald eyes. After I pried the emerald eyes out, the three of us beat it fast. But when we slept, we dreamed of drums and that big statue of the Serpent Goddess, the snake with a woman's face. And sometimes deep in the jungle, we'd hear drums or think we heard them. Vasca kept saying we'd never get away with what we'd done. He wanted his cut just like the rest of us. We kept on chopping our way through the tangled bush, hoping we'd finally get out of that jungle. One day, when we laid down...
There is no reason, Sykes, why you do not divide those emeralds now instead of waiting.
I told you. Chris and I have voted no. We're 2-1.
Yes, 2-1. And every day we get closer to the edge of the
Will
jungle.
you cut it out, Vasca? We ain't going to do nothing to you.
Not a thing. It's your turn to scare up some grub. Suppose you get at it.
Why will you never lend me your pistol, Sykes?
Use your knife. I told you. I'm a good shot, and I don't waste bullets, and I'm saving the few I've got left.
For what?
For emergencies, of course.
I see.
Now, get going. I'm hungry.
I go. Listen.
To what?
I don't hear nothing but birds.
I hear drums.
I don't hear any drums.
You don't hear them now?
No.
There are no drum sounds.
Maybe I hear them because I will be the first of us to pay for robbing the Serpent Goddess. I go to hunt for food.
Guy's driving me nuts, Chris.
Me too. Besides, you didn't hear no drum.
No, I'm sure. Did you?
I do not think so. I'm not always sure.
He said maybe he heard him because he'll be the first of us to... Sykes. It's Vasca.
Snake? Come away, Sykes. Run.
Away, Chris. Away. didn't try to help him. We knew it'd be no use. We were afraid.
Just left the guy to die.
Yes, Casey. All we did was run until we dropped and couldn't run anymore. Then the fever got us. I woke up in a village where the news reporters came, and Chris and I denied the true things we'd said while the fever was in our heads because...
I can guess why you denied this story.
Now she's followed us. She's paid off Chris. And I'm next.
I didn't see nothing in the paper today about Johansson killing Casey. Ain't Captain Logan going to arrest Sykes?
What for?
His alibi was 100%.
Yeah, but he confessed to stealing them emeralds.
In another country, pal. From jungle Indians.
Oh.
There is one thing, Ethelbert, but it doesn't look very promising.
What is it, Miss Williams?
Well, Logan's turned up a witness who says he saw Johansson let a woman into his apartment about a half hour before he was killed.
A woman?
Yeah, described as a small brunette and carrying a small leather traveling case.
Oh, a little skinny girl couldn't squeeze a big guy to death?
No.
You think Sykes will be bumped off like Johansson was and that Vasca?
Oh, he seems to think so. It's funny. That guy's trying to pack a month of life into every hour because he figures every hour will be his last. Say, Annie, what do you say? Let's drop off at his new apartment on our way home. Maybe we can cheer him up a little.
Okay, Scout, if you must do a good deed.
Well, it's a selfish good deed. I'd like to hear Sykes talk some more about that guy, Vasca.
Oh, there's a parking spot, Casey, in back of that old Ford coupe.
That's for us. Hey, somebody put a bad dent in the fender of that jalopy.
I'll say. Oh, Sykes certainly got himself a swanky place to live when he moved out of that hotel. Whole first floor of these new garden apartments.
Yep. Come on, I'll get you out of the car.
Okay.
There's a light behind those Venetian blinds, so the guy's at home anyway. Let's go in.
I am sorry. Excuse me.
What case is it? But what's your hurry?
Well, she is in a hurry. Almost knocked you over and gets into that old Ford and off she
Suitcase
goes.
of hers almost cracked my shin.
She came out of Sykes' door.
Hey, Annie. She was a small, pretty brunette.
So?
With a traveling case.
Casey!
She and her Ford are out of sight. Hey, look. Let's get into Sykes' apartment, quick.
Okay. Yeah, hey, she didn't close the door tight.
Nuts with ceremony and the bell. I'll open it myself.
Sykes is lying on the floor.
Just like Johansson.
Hey, is he dead?
He's dead, all right.
Oh, Casey.
I think he's been squeezed to death. Just like Johansson.
The Serpent Goddess. But that little brunette, she couldn't have crushed him.
Don't see how. When gal's answering the same description as... Huh.
What'd you just pick up?
The valve cap off a tire. I wonder how that got here.
Tire cap, huh? Well, that won't help any.
Hey, it's plenty help. Annie, pick up that phone and get your story into the paper.
Yeah?
I'm getting Logan at headquarters to tell him to locate an old Ford coupe with a dented rear fender. That's the car, Logan. I'm sure of it.
The garage guy here says that Ford belongs to a Miss Isabella Vasca. Is Isabella Vasca?
Yes.
I'm Captain Logan, Homicide Bureau.
Well,
Remember me, Miss Vasca? It wasn't smart to use that dented car for a getaway after you murdered Sykes.
I did not try to be careful or smart after my work was accomplished. I'm very tired. Please, take me to jail.
You admit the killing of Sykes?
I proudly admit it, for I am Pedro Vasca's sister.
So that's the connection. Where is your brother, Miss Vasca?
We never really believed he was killed by any human-faced boa constrictor.
He wasn't. He got out of the jungle. And he wrote me a letter.
Tell me about it.
My brother was sure those men, Sykes and Johansson, intended to kill him. So when he called to them that the Serpent Goddess had him in her coils, it was a trick. He knew they would run away quick and leave him as they did. Then, alone, he made his way to a village at the edge of the jungle, where he wrote to me of everything that has happened, and asked me to avenge him.
How did you do the job in such a fancy way, Miss Vasca? How did you crush those men to death?
I know how she did that, Logan.
You know, Casey.
I think so.
Oh.
First, I want to know why she did it. Why didn't your brother do his own avenging, Miss Vasca?
Because when he wrote me that letter, he was dying. Just before he reached that village at the edge of the jungle, his body was broken in the coils of a big snake.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. Very seldom do you hear a commercial announcement as important as the one we have for you tonight. It's about a brand new kind of dinnerware, a product of Anchor Glass. Its name is Jadeite. 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 It looks and feels like rare Chinese porcelain, and it's as sturdy and heat-proof as the Fire King oven glass you use in your oven, and its cost is unbelievably low. Now, for instance, a beautiful Jadeite cup and saucer costs only 15 cents. In fact, this revolutionary new Jadeite costs less than half as much as the very cheapest dinnerware on the market. Now, you can buy Jadeite items separately or a complete dinner service for $6 for less than $5. Now, the demand for Jadeite is enormous. To avoid disappointment, go to the nearest chain store, department store, or other store selling chinaware or glass tomorrow and ask for Jadeite by name. Jadeite, Jadeite, is the newest triumph of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Tell me how a little woman like that Miss Vasca was able to kill them two big guys like she did, Casey. And how did you know?
Well, that valve cap I found was the tip-off, Ethelbert. That and the suitcase she carried. And that suitcase contained a long, thick rubber tube and a portable electric air compressor pump.
And Isabella Vasca's a pretty woman, Ethelbert. Both Sykes and Johansson were wolves. She let them pick her up and take her to their apartments, and then she tapped them on the head with a well-padded blackjack that left no mark and wrapped the big tube around them and inflated it with the electric pump.
You know, if a doctor ever used one of those blood pressure gadgets on your arm, pal, you know how air can squeeze. Of course, a doctor only uses a small bulb to pump it in a small tube.
Gee, it was as simple as all that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all this certainly wrecks the notion that Serpent Goddess was paying off them three for stealing her emeralds.
Does it, pal?
Think about it, Ethelbert.
Gee.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King oven glass, Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures, all products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Crime Photographer is directed by John Dietz. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. Help save lives by buying Christmas seals. These seals support the fight against tuberculosis. Buy and use Christmas seals, and be sure to mail your packages early. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This, I believe. Herbert L. Werner is an expert on management problems. He is the head of Werner Textile Consultants, a firm which helps to work out manufacturing processes and labor relations for the textile industries of the United States, Canada, and Europe. In his work, Herbert Werner has found that human relations are a big factor in industry. Here is what he has come to believe about his own life.
My father died when I was only 15 years old. From him, as well as from my mother, who was full of love and understanding, there was instilled in me the belief that to the 10 Commandments there might well be added an 11th. Thou shalt be kind to thy fellow man. Throughout my business, family, and social life, I have tried to live by it. I believe it pays off in peace of mind, in personal satisfaction, and in a sense of greater contribution to making this a better world to live in. It is not always easy to live by this commandment, just as it is often difficult to follow some of the other commandments. In the daily struggle for existence and in encountering the hostilities and antagonisms which are still a part of our life, one's faith in such a principle can easily be shaken. Still, this endeavor to be kind enriches my life and my relationship to other people. It even adds, I am sure, to success in my profession. It makes me believe in the dignity of the individual. It makes me realize how important freedom of action, of belief, and of expression, the feeling of belonging, of being accepted, are to each individual. As many still do today, I lacked these things during the many years of my life in Europe. I know from my own experience what they mean in making one's own life, as well as that of others, a fuller and happier one. I always try to give those with whom I come in contact every opportunity to express themselves fully. I try to be kind and considerate of the other person's point of view. I know how important it is for everybody to feel that he is wanted and appreciated, and therefore I welcome ideas from others. Obviously, I know I am not perfect, but these are the principles I try to live by. To be kind, to believe in and to be granted the dignity of the individual is in my belief the foundation of all human relations. It applies at all levels, in the home, in business, in industry, and even in public life. From my travels and work in many countries in the world, I have come to the conclusion that the greatest strength of the American people, and the one we have failed to communicate to the people of the world, is our underlying faith and conviction in the concept, thou shalt be kind to thy fellow men. It is hardly ever expressed in just those words, yet it is by and large lived by. To me, that is, more than all the natural resources we have, what makes America great. It has brought more good things, more happiness and more freedom to me, and I believe to more people than any other human trait. With each passing year, I realize more and more that by trying to be kind to my fellow men, in spite of disappointments I have had, I am achieving deep inner satisfaction and greater peace of mind than can come from any other source.
That was Herbert L. Werner of New York. In 1951, he headed an ECA management seminar for top industrialists of Western Europe.
Crime does not pay.
Gentlemen, I think the man's dangerous.
Politicians make big promises. Period. Usually.
Hey, look, what are you two guys worried about?
Obviously, Nifty, if this man becomes the new district attorney, there's every reason to believe he'll go through with his attempt to clean up the town.
And obviously, we shall have to pull in our horns for a while.
Cut it. I knew you lugs before you started using half-dollar words. Before you worried about politics.
What's your suggestion, Nifty?
There's nothing in this world a lead slug won't take care of.
You're nuts, Nifty.
That's what you think. Me, I still figure like in the old days. A bum gets in your way? Ha! Mow the man down.
In the interest of good citizenship and law enforcement, we present Crime Does Not Pay, based on the famous Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer series of short subjects. In just a moment, you will hear Mow the Man Down, starring Ward Wilson. Now, Crime Does Not Pay, starring Ward Wilson as Nifty Varden in Mow the Man Down. Some men seem born to crime. They move into a life of violence from all kinds of environments, and they thrive in the jungles of the underworld. Kill or be killed is their watchword, and they rise to power over the bodies of those who once stood in their way. Nifty Varden was a man like that. He relished the life he led, and he reveled in the execution of a crime only when the chatter of a machine gun was echoed by the squeal of the tires on the getaway car. When times changed, and the methods as well, Nifty complained, frequently, and in no uncertain terms, to his henchmen Hooks Dodd and Peachy Palmer.
It's not like the old days. Give me one good cowboy job and I'll quit beefing.
Oh, that'll be peachy. What do we got to beef about, Nifty? The dough rolls in, the dames are like they always was, and no slugs flying around.
It ain't right, that's all. Too easy. You get soft.
I don't mind. I like it this way.
Yeah, I know. You think it's peachy.
Oh, it ain't so bad now, boss. You just think it's rotten because the old days look good, so far away.
Not so bad. It's a cinch. Too much of a cinch. Pay off in a few places, split the territory with barrels and juke, and then collect. It's dull is all, just dull.
Nifty, can I say something?
Say anything you want, Peachy, only make it short.
Well, I ain't so sure.
Now, hold it, kid. Yeah?
Barton?
Who's this?
Merrill Summers. Barton, ma'am?
I'm here. What's on your mind?
I'm calling a meeting, Barton.
Another meeting for the love
We're all heading for trouble, Barton. You, Juke, and me. We better have a meeting.
What kind of trouble?
The character running for DA on the reform ticket.
That Mr. 2x2?
My pipeline says he means what he's been spouting.
Campaign malarkey.
Not with him. He believes what he says. If he gets in, and it's beginning to look like he will, he'll try to clean up the town. That means us.
So what? Why don't you just hit him in the head with a fistful of slugs from a chopper?
That's one way. There's other ways, too. So I'm calling a meeting. Tuesday, 5 o'clock. Be there?
Yeah, I'll be there, but it's just a waste of time. I say knock him off and get it over with.
I don't like Varden, Barrels. I don't like him, and I don't trust him.
Yeah, well, that goes for both of us, Duke. But the fact remains that if the three of us don't handle this together, we're all done.
Bad as that?
Plenty.
Can we trust Varden? He's just likely to make a deal with this new DA.
Not with the DA. This guy is practically on our side that way. No deals.
I still don't trust Varden.
We gotta trust him. And since we split the rackets around here, he hasn't crossed any lines.
Okay, but you never know. How do you want to handle him?
Make out like we haven't been talking at all. Just waiting for him. You act like you're worried about this new type DA. Me, I'll play it like I ain't convinced. We'll find out what Varden's thinking. Okay, there's a knob on your side, too.
Well, hiya, boys. Think you know Hooks and Peachy?
How are you?
Yeah, we know them, Varden.
What do you say, boys?
Park 'em outside, Varden. All rods and hoods strictly out at this meeting.
Yeah?
Yeah, out.
Okay. Outside, boys. Stick around the door.
Check, boss.
Sit down, Varden. We've been waiting for you.
Yeah. I'm sitting. Start the spiel.
We've got a rough time ahead, Varden, if we don't do something fast.
That so? How'd you figure that, Juke? On the same adding machine you figured the nickels from your jukeboxes? Why,
Now,
you...
frankly, Varden, I'm not as worried about this man as Duke is.
Why not?
Politicians and elections have been bought before. Now, I suggest a war chest. Say, 25 grand apiece with another 25 call money.
I don't believe you can buy this election. Too much reform in the wind. Too many independent voters. You never know what they'll do when they pull the curtain on election day.
Suppose we spent dough on research. Get something on the guy. Threaten publicity to him.
You've been seeing too many movies, Barrels. No soap with this guy. He's clean as a newborn baby.
You've checked on him?
All over town.
Okay, so what? So why worry?
Gentlemen, I think the man is dangerous.
Politicians make big promises. Period. Usually.
Hey, look. What are you two guys worried about?
Obviously, Nifty, if this man becomes a new district attorney, there's every reason to believe he'll go through with his attempt to clean up the town.
And obviously, we shall have to pull in our horns for a while.
Cut it. I knew you lugs before you started using half-dollar words. Before you worried about politics.
What's your suggestion, Nifty?
There's nothing in this world a lead slug won't take care of.
You're nuts, Nifty.
That's what you think. Me, I still figure like in the old days. A bum gets in your way, mow the man down.
You haven't learned very much all these years, have you?
I'm still a better shot than you are.
I ought to pin your ears back for that crack.
Why don't you try, you clod?
Both of you. You know, this is just what the enemy wants. Get us fighting each other and we're all done.
Maybe you're done. Not me.
Ah, you too. We won't have much time to outsmart the DA, new or old, if we're gunning for each other. And I seem to remember that when we set up the deal in this town, we agreed that everything we had to do together, we'd do after we all agreed we'd found out the right way.
By unanimous vote.
Okay, so what? I still say knock the bum off.
And have this town sewed up so tight we'd have to spray him on the first train out? Try getting this man, you'll elect his party and his successor, and this town will be too hot for anybody for years.
Okay. You got any better idea?
We might snatch his wife or his kid.
Same result.
So now what? Forgetting for the minute that my idea is the only way, and no kidding.
I guess we'll have to think about it more.
It's getting awful close to election.
Another meeting tomorrow?
Suits me.
Well, if we gotta, we gotta. I'm telling you, monkeys, the only way is the best way. Hot lead.
What you doing to the chopper, Nifty?
Just getting it ready, Hooks.
Oh, yeah? Big job?
The biggest. So big, we gotta leave the chopper behind, so, I'm filing off the number.
Well, how's about the magazine? It's got a number, too, ain't it?
Yeah, help yourself. There's a file and the magazine.
Why you worried about the numbers, Nifty?
Never give 'em a chance to trace you, Hooks. And gun numbers are awful easy to check. When we do this job, boy, it's gotta be perfect.
Got it, Nifty. Just peek.
Good boy. Can you reach the lock?
Just right. Your new limousine is ready, boss. Of course, the owner doesn't know it.
Save the comedy. Let me get at the dashboard.
Can't find a wire.
A flashlight, boss?
Oh, wait. Got him. Now, peel a little of the insulation. Splice the ends. Who needs a key to start a car?
Well, I should drive, boss?
No. This is too much like the old days, Peachy. I'm going to drive this jalopy myself. Hold your hat. Here we go. Smooth as silk. Got the gun. Now we get the car. Next stop, Hooks and the private garage. Same old tricks, same old routine. Sure feels good for a change.
Sunday driver's got the bolts on the plate all rusted.
Well, then cut him with the clippers.
No. I got him. Oh, is he going to be sore when he finds out?
Who, Barrels?
No. The guy what owns this heat. When the cops come around and tell him his plates were on the murder car. Like they call it in newspapers.
That worry you?
Not me. I hate Sunday drivers anyhow. Okay. Got him, Nifty. Let's go hitch these plates to our car. Then we'll be all set for the fanciest killing this town ever saw.
Okay, gentlemen. Any ideas? Barrels?
A couple. How about you, Juke?
I figure this guy is elected, see? Day after tomorrow, he's in.
We know that. Go on.
So we got to work around him. Now, the question is, how do you stop an eager beaver who wants nothing but convictions?
You don't have to tell me.
Aside from shooting him. Go on, Juke.
I figure it this way. If he's got no witnesses, he's got no cases. So we visit the witnesses. All of them.
Bright. Very bright. You could knock off one guy, but no. You got to chase in every rat hole in town and take off 100 characters instead.
It's safer. It isn't public. Nobody will worry about a few stories.
Cut it. You make me sick. Think I'm keeping company right now with a pair of gutless wonders. A couple of jerks without the brains they were born with.
Are you coming along on this idea or not?
I don't know. I haven't made up my mind yet. I got to count the witnesses first. I don't figure to spend the next 20 years in the can because some loose-mouthed cokey decides to pick up a couple of bucks turning state's evidence. I'll let you know what I figure to do unless you read it in the papers first. Good night, gentlemen.
In just a moment, Crime Does Not Pay will continue with Mow the Man Down. Now we continue with Crime Does Not Pay, starring Ward Wilson as Nifty Varden in Mow the Man Down. When Nifty slammed out of the board meeting, leaving Juke and Barrels behind him, those two gentlemen shrugged off Nifty's sarcasm and turned their attention to planning the attack on the men and women whom the new district attorney might use as witnesses against them. Not so Nifty. Not so at all. In his car, with Hooks driving and Peachy for company, Nifty began to outline his plan of attack.
Will this town sit up and take notice? Back into the headlines for old Nifty, boys.
Sure, boss, but ain't that just what Juke and Barrels are afraid of?
You bet your life, but not for the reason you think.
I don't get it, boss.
Well, look. Those two chiselers keep saying the cops will be down on us, but that ain't the point. The whole town knows they haven't the guts to pull off a stunt like this, so it'll be me in the headlines, not them. It'll be me who'll take over the rackets, pushing them out.
Hey, that'll be peachy.
Yeah, but then we'll have to fight them, too.
Not for long. Hey, what's the matter, Hooks? You going chicken on me, too?
Oh, me? Chicken? Are you kidding, Nifty?
Okay. Just don't let me start worrying about you, that's all.
Look, don't you never worry about me, boss. Don't worry about me.
Sure, don't worry about Hooks. Or me neither. We both go down the line with you, boss. You know that.
And keep it that way.
Well, got the car and the gun, boss. Now what?
Now we wait.
Wait? What for?
To see if the dope gets himself elected. No sense wasting lead on a character who only wants to be a DA.
Yeah, I get it. So when do
Let him have it. Election night. He's far enough ahead of the other guy running against him.
But there'll be 1 million cops around.
Yeah. And 2 million other dopes. Everybody trying to shake hands, pat him on the back, get a job for Cousin Joe.
So what about it? Happens every election.
So we walk into his headquarters, see? We want to shake his hand, too. And put something in his back besides an ache.
Oh, I get it. Then we scram while the women are screaming and the cops can't shoot. On account of they might hit somebody.
Right. Neat, huh?
like a pen clear like a road map.
Sure sounds peachy.
Yeah, I got the timing laid out. The works. That guy gets himself elected. He's electing himself right into a 6-foot hole in the ground.
You know how I hate walking hooks.
This once it won't kill you. Sitting still might.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I know. You figure everything's just peachy.
So what's bothering you, Hooks?
Nifty's plan.
Well, I think it...
You say that again, you'll have me nuts.
Hey, what's wrong with you?
Look, Nifty's plan looks terrific, the way he tells it. Only I don't feel like being no sitting duck, not even for Nifty.
How you be a sitting duck?
I'm supposed to sit outside in the car with the engine running.
Well, you can't cut it. We'd lose all the starting time in the getaway.
Yeah, sure. And all cops ain't jerks like Nifty always says. Don't you see? They see that's a dance down outside the joint, engine running. They're going to check, see? And the minute they spot me, they'll know Nifty's inside. So they pick me up and go on inside after you and Nifty.
You tell this to Nifty?
Since when does he listen to me? Or you either?
Well, it can't be like you say. Nifty wouldn't take chances.
Nifty ain't thinking, I tell you. All he wants is gunfights. Hungry for it. Like a lush one ain't had a drink in a month.
Hey, this is what you dragged me out to the park to tell me?
Yeah, that's right. If Nifty ever got wind of this...
Hey, he'd laugh at you.
Yeah, some laugh on me with a hole from a 45 in my belly.
Nifty wouldn't touch
I
you.
ain't so sure. Listen, if you ever breathe a word to him and I hear about it before he gets me, I'm going to cut you to ribbons. And I'm not kidding.
Don't worry, Hooks. I ain't talking. And you quit your worrying. Nifty's plans are going to work perfect. They always do, don't they?
Now, turning to the local scene this election night, we find James Perkins, the reform candidate for the office of district attorney, so far ahead of his rival that there's little doubt of his election. Perkins' campaign headquarters are expecting the opposition to concede at any moment, and Perkins' headquarters is the scene of a victory celebration at this moment.
Time to move, boys.
Anything you say, Nifty?
Yeah, anything you say.
Okay, Peachy, you know where the chopper's stashed? Get it.
Check, boss.
Hooks, you got the keys to the car?
Natch.
Okay. Take ours, drive out to the garage. Park ours and pick up the special. Be back here in half an hour.
Oh, I can do it in 20 minutes, boss.
Take half an hour. You want to get picked up for speeding tonight? Go on now. Do like I tell you. Beat it.
Summers speaking.
Barrels. I got a tip for you.
Who's this?
Never mind. When you see Nifty Varden last.
A couple of days ago. Who wants to know?
I ain't using no names. Only I figured you ought to know what Nifty's up to.
Keep talking.
He's gonna knock off the new DA. You know, Perkins.
When?
Tonight. Half an hour.
You're crazy.
That's what you think.
The crazy coot wouldn't dare enough tonight.
Yeah, he figures to walk into the guy's headquarters, knock him over in the middle of the crowd.
Well, that's wild enough for Nifty. And wild enough for him to get away with it, too.
Okay. Now you know.
Why are you telling me?
On account of, I figure you might want to stop him.
Why should I stop him?
Because you don't want the cops on your tail. Okay, talked enough. I gotta go. You heard the story, Barrels. That's all.
What's the rush, Barrels? You sounded like somebody was putting you in the hot seat.
Don't kid about that. We're both practically in it now.
What's cooking?
Nifty.
What's he want to do, knock off Perkins on election night?
A little birdie told you?
You're kidding.
Am I? Then why had Hook's dad call me and tip me?
How do you know it was Hooks?
I kept him on the phone till I was sure.
Nifty's gone nuts. Completely nuts.
Which leaves us in a fine spot.
You know when and where?
Hooks was most explicit at Perkins' headquarters practically now.
What do you think you're doing with that phone, Juke?
Calling the cops.
Oh, they'll believe you, of course. They'll thank you for the information and arrest Nifty at once.
If they know what's good for 'em.
Hang up the phone. They'll tell you to chase yourself, or they'll grab you and dump you into the crazy house.
Okay, you're right. So what do we do? Let him pull it off?
Check. Or we stop him ourselves.
Right. Next corner, Hooks.
Yeah, I know.
Pull up to the curb close as you can get. Double park if you got it. Peachy and me won't be long.
I hope not.
Repeat your share, Peachy.
I follow you in. I stop at the door of the room Perkins will be in.
Yeah.
When you yell, I shoot at the ceiling with my piece.
Right.
And when the crowd runs, you let Perkins have it with the chop. Then I follow you out. Backwards.
Good. A lead pipe cinch.
Holy smoke. Will you look at the mob?
The bigger the mob, the better for us.
Okay. Here we go.
Drive around the block.
Nifty. What for?
Do like I say. All them jerks on the steps will break our necks. Let them get inside first. Turn the corner.
I thought you got cold feet, Nifty.
Thought? Or hoped, Hooks.
Oh, no, only thought. Oh, you sure surprised me, boss.
That's the difference between you mugs and me. I use my head.
Yeah, sure do, boss. Hey, suppose the crowd inside don't split like you figure them to, boss.
So a couple of jerks get hurt. So what? The woods are full of them. Nobody will miss a couple more or less.
Yeah, they only hang you once, Peachy. I live without that, thanks.
Sure wouldn't live with it. Take it easy on the next corner, Hooks.
If they still got a crowd in the steps, you want I should keep driving?
Yeah. Might be too late for the morning papers if we waste any more time.
Well, I sure would like to see Barrel's face when he reads about this.
The only face I want to see is Perkins when he looks into my chopper. Slow, Hooks.
Check.
Okay. Coast is pretty clear. Pull up and double park in front of that sedan.
Yeah, check.
Ain't it pretty? All the cops must be inside guzzling their heads off. Okay, boys, here we go. Peachy, open the door and leave it open. Stay in gear, Hooks. Keep the clutch pedal down. No time to waste when we come out.
Except Nifty ain't going in.
What? Barrel.
Yeah, and me, too. Drop that chopper, Nifty. You're not going in.
How'd you find out? Who squealed?
Never mind the talk. That's our car behind you. You're covered from there. And we've got choppers, too. Now turn around. Get back in your car and keep driving till you're out of town, then stay out.
Says who? Try this in your guts, both of you.
That's for you. Come on, keep back there.
Yeah, looks like quite a collection for the meat wagon, Sergeant.
Yeah. Looks like Perkins got himself elected practically for nothing, too. You know who these mugs are?
Big shots.
The biggest. Barrel Summers, Juke Barry, Nifty Varden, and two of Nifty's boys. Hey, from the position of the bodies, you could almost say Barrels and Juke were trying to protect Perkins from Nifty.
You're kidding, Sarge. Who'd believe that?
Yeah, I'll believe that. Okay, lay off the talk. Call the meat wagon. Then go inside and tell Perkins he might want to see how effective he's been, even before he was sworn in. Brother, this is one for the books. One for the books, all right.
Crime does not pay. Ward Wilson, who was starred as Nifty Varden in Mow the Man Down, will be back with you in just a moment. Now, here in person is Ward Wilson.
It occurred to me when I read this play that the sheer audacity of Nifty Varden was almost unbelievable. Almost because right now, today, there are men like Nifty who feel powerful enough to defy the law just as he did.
What this means in terms of the open taxes paid by all citizens for the support of sufficient police to cope with this situation, and in terms of the hidden taxes paid by all of us to the underworld through the tribute levied by men like this, is also unbelievable, but very true, and more expensive. Nifty paid for his crimes. So did Barrows and Juke and the others. So do you and I, every day. And we'll continue to do so until public anger achieves the final destruction of rackets of all kinds. Until we come to realize that for ourselves as well as for the criminals, crime does not pay.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Crime Does Not Pay is written by Ira Marion and directed by Mark B. Loeb, with music composed and conducted by John Gart. Technical consultant is Burton B. Turkett. The events, characters, and names used in the story you have just heard are fictitious. Any similarity is purely coincidental.
This, I believe. Herman Bruckner, a native New Yorker who worked his way through City College, is a salesman for a leading manufacturer of locks and keys. He lives in the Bronx. Several years ago, something happened to Herman Bruckner which changed his whole life. This is his story.
March 7th, 1950, my second child, a boy, was born armless. I shall never forget that night of horror. It was as though my life came to an end. I was terrified, shocked, and desperate. I would have accepted immediate death rather than face the precarious future. I was too confused and cowardly to kill myself. Never will I completely eradicate from my mind the pale, frightened face of the doctor when he said, "In all the years I have been delivering babies, I have not seen anything like this. A monstrosity." I was gasping for breath. I could not endure this burden. For 2 long months, I refused to see my son. I wanted him sent to an institution or placed in a home for adoption. During this period, I could not eat, I could not sleep, I could not work. I was miserable and tortured by life had no purpose other than waiting for my son to completely disappear from my memory. Brief moments of peace of mind came to me only from pleading prayers. I begged God to please show me the right way. I kept saying over and over, "Why do I love my daughter and not my son?" I do not believe that at any time did I lose faith in him. God must have been watching me and waiting to see if I was ready to accept this great challenge. He sent me to my son. I love him. I am proud of him. I now want to show him off to the entire world because I am his father. The good Lord seems to have lighted a spark in me which hastens me on to help the worried and afflicted, just as he has blessed my son with a wondrous smile. I know I am now strong, aggressive, and desire to undertake tasks perhaps others would hesitate to attempt. Am I afraid of my son's future? No. However, in my heart, I feel there must be a way I can bring comfort and strength to other disabled. I am anxious to be associated with honest programs of developing better understanding of the handicapped. I am proud to say I am presently trying to spread this gospel on behalf of the Institute for the Crippled and Disabled. No one asked me to lend my support to this urgent need. It is something I want to do, and am doing it. I believe my real purpose on this earth is to try to help those who cannot help themselves. I am determined to attempt an all-out campaign in behalf of the crippled, which will make their lives worth living. With the grace of God, I pray he keep this burning spirit within me alive and guide me in this chosen task. For this privilege, I am indeed grateful and say, thank you, Almighty God.
They're the beliefs of Herman E. Bruckner of the Bronx, New York. His son and daughter, Billy and Karen, are blessed with a mother and father who place love above everything else in this world. They are facing the problems of the future with intelligence and courage. The story of Billy, which Mr. Bruckner's wife, Leona, wrote for the Ladies' Home Journal, has recently been published in book form. It is called Triumph of Love.
Calling all detectives. People go to school to study all sorts of subjects. But I once had a case where somebody was studying how to be a murderer. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, gets his education in the School of Hard Knocks. And the way he knows he's passing the course is because he's still alive. The man who came into my office introduced himself as Richard Gibby. I'm a chemistry instructor at Dunlop College, Mr. Browning. Professor Logan does the actual teaching. I supervise the students' laboratory experiments. I knew the school. It had a good reputation. Do you work with the day or the night classes, Mr. Gibby? The night classes. We get people of all ages, all backgrounds in our night sessions. Quite different from the daytime enrollment. I would imagine so. What's your trouble, Mr. Gibby? Thefts? Gibby nodded. Yes, but not the kind you might think. Mr. Browning, somebody has enrolled in that chemistry class for some sinister purpose. A quantity of poisons has disappeared from our lab supplies. I'm afraid somebody is learning to be a murderer. Whom else have you told this to? Nobody. The lab supplies are my personal responsibility. I don't have very much money, but I do need help. I'll help you, Mr. Gibby. I've always wanted to meet a murderer while he was learning the business. When poisons disappeared from a night school chemistry lab, I agreed to find the potential murderer. The next evening, I had an interview with Professor Logan just before his class assembled. He was a handsome man in his early 40s, very different from the average idea of a professor. Jerry Brown, eh? Why are you entering the class in the middle of the semester, Mr. Brown? Well, Professor, I just want to brush up on chemistry for my own satisfaction. Logan nodded. Well, all right, since Mr. Gibby is satisfied with your qualifications. So there I was, Jerry Brown, student, trying to figure out which was the business end of a Bunsen burner. The classroom sessions with Logan weren't bad. I could sit quietly and study the students, of whom there were about 20. The lab sessions, even with Gibby there to help me bluff my way by, were harder. There's a lot of tricky apparatus in a lab, and if you're not careful... The test tube of acid I knocked off the table hissed viciously as it hit the floor. A blonde girl working alongside of me jumped to escape the spatter. Instantly, a red-headed young guy rushed over to her, made sure she hadn't been hurt. I don't know anything about chemistry, but I know all about the look he gave her. That was love. Just then, Gibby came over, did something about the acid on the floor, gave me a hurt look. A boy and girl went back to their experiments, but not before he murmured, "How about buying you a hamburger after class, Betty?" The girl shook her head, said something about having promised Professor Logan that she'd help correct the papers from another class. The classroom session under Professor Logan followed the lab session. It was a long lecture about carbon chains and almost put me to sleep. After class, the blonde girl remained in her seat while the rest of us filed out. Gibby cornered me after the rest of the students had left. Well, Mr. Browning, do you know who the thief is? No, it's much too soon to tell. Who's the blonde girl and that red-headed guy? She's Betty Walker. The boy is Randall Forrester. They call him Red. You don't suspect them? I shrugged. I suspect everybody. Well, see you tomorrow, Mr. Gibby. After a week, I had the students pretty well sorted in my mind. There were 3 budding romances going on, including the one between Betty and Red, which last wasn't going too smoothly. It seemed Betty had part of her tuition refunded because she helped Professor Logan. And Red didn't like that a bit. On the following Monday, after the lab class, Professor Logan wasn't on hand to deliver a lecture. Instead, the dean of the college walked in.
I am sorry to say Professor Logan will be away for a few days because of a death in his family.
I got the story from Gibby after class. It's dreadful, Browning. Mrs. Logan died suddenly a few hours ago. At first they thought it was indigestion, then heart attack. Browning, do you suppose there can be any connection between her death and the stolen poisons? I don't know. But if somebody hated Logan and wanted to strike at him, that might be a way. Late that night, I had a talk with the coroner. Look, Doctor, I hate to start anything. Mrs. Logan's death has been diagnosed as heart attack. But if you suspected poison and made an autopsy on your own initiative, it might prove interesting. A week later, Professor Logan was back. During that time, with him out of the way, the romance between Betty and Red really flourished. Now it was ready for another setback. Logan called his class to order, apologized for his absence in a dry, tight voice. Then the hour drew to a close.
Betty, Miss Walker, if you'll be good enough to remain a few minutes after class, I'd like to discuss the work that has accumulated during my absence.
Alongside of me, Red started to say something. I took his arm. Come on outside, Red, I want to talk to you. He was so surprised, he let me propel him out of the room.
Hey, what's the big idea?
The big idea is that I'm a detective and that Mrs. Logan died of poisoning. Come on, you and I have some talking to do. What I was waiting for happened 2 nights later in Logan's class.
Mr. Forrester, I'm not satisfied with your lab experiments on cellulose. Tonight after class, I suggest you repeat the experiment and report to me tomorrow.
I met the boy after class. All set, Red?
Yeah, but I'm a little scared.
Don't worry. You'll have plenty of protection. It happened 10 minutes after the boy left for the lab. Logan was the first one in the lab, and even before he got there, he was moaning about that poor red-headed boy and how careless he'd always been with explosive chemicals. Nothing to worry about, Professor. Red is right in back of you. There was nobody in the lab when your bomb went off. Logan grabbed for a bottle of cyanide, but I knocked it out of his hand. He wasn't going to get off that easy. He had a date with high voltage. And finally, he kept it. He'd been stealing the poisons in order to get rid of his wife and pave the way to marrying Betty. And when it looked as though Red Forrester might be in the way, well, what's one murder more to a man like that? What he didn't know was that as soon as his wife's death was properly diagnosed, he'd been under constant police surveillance. Like I said, people are like chemistry. Get the wrong combination, and you'll have the kind of explosion that spells murder. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Murder at midnight.
This kind of glass tube was pointing at Matson's body. When the switch went in, there was a whining noise. And then a white light shot out of it. I know you won't believe this. When it hit the body, it went all soft. It was just like the bones had gone out of it. It just went all soft and kind of poured off the chair and onto the floor.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Heavy Death. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story, written by Robert Newman, is a weird and fantastic nightmare called The Heavy Death. A road just outside the small town of Medford. And running up at his face white and terror-stricken in the moonlight is a small, slight man. He pauses every once in a while, his breath whistling in his nostrils. Listen, and then runs on again. Finally, seeing the two green lights of the state police barracks, he moans with relief. Runs in.
Oh, thank God there's somebody here. I was afraid. Look, officer, you got to get me away from here fast.
Huh? Just a minute, Mac. Take it easy.
Easy. You'll be here any minute coming after me. I got to get away, I tell you.
And I'm telling you to take it easy. Just wait till I get through talking to Dr. Carden
Dr.
here.
Carden? Are you Dr. Carden lives in the big white house near the river?
Why, yes.
Well, then you can tell him it's true. Otherwise, he won't believe me. Nobody will. It was you who swiped the big glass thing from your laboratory.
A Geiger counter? You stole it?
He made me do it.
Oh, now, whoa. This is getting interesting. That's why Dr. Carden's here. You know anything about his assistant? Young chap named Matson?
Yeah. He's dead. He killed him.
Matson? Matson dead? Hey, maybe you better start from the beginning. Tell us the whole story.
Yeah, but it didn't even ain't time. He'd be coming after me and... Oh, okay. Like I said, you won't believe it. My name's Sullivan. They call me Shill because I'm a come-on with Brian's Giant Carnival. Weight guessing is my racket, but I turn my hand at almost anything, shell game, 3-card monte. Well, we hit town about 10 days ago for a 3-day stand. The first 2 nights was pretty quiet. The third one was when it happened. There was a pretty fair crowd around, and I was warming him up for some weight guessing, with maybe some side bets, when he came up.
Okay, folks, okay. Step up, hurry up. And let Foxy Sullivan guess your weight. A Cupid doll is on 3 pounds off either way. Now, what do you say, lady? Your weight's not like your age, you know. It always shows.
What about you, sir? Guess your weight?
Do you really think you can?
Do I think?
Listen to him, folks. You bet your sweet life, brother.
Oh, I have already. The question is, will you bet your sweet life?
What? What do you mean? Look, do you want me to guess your weight or not, huh?
On the terms I outlined, why, yes. I'll be glad to have you try.
Try, sissy. Okay, folks, here we go. Now, let's see. A big man, a solid man. Hefty pair of arms on him. I'd say, 195 pounds.
195.
And 3 pounds off either way, and you get a Cupid doll. Now, just sit right down here on the scale. There you are.
Hey, what goes on here? You broke my scale.
Yes, it only goes up to 350 pounds.
300... What have you got in your pockets?
Would you like to look?
Nah. No, I don't know how you did it, but more power to you, brother. When I lose, that pay with a smile. Well, here's your Cupid.
Thank you. No, that's not what we bet.
What? What do you mean?
I think you know what I mean. The carnival closes in about an hour. I'll be waiting.
He went walking off, slow and heavy. The crowd stood around for a couple of minutes, gaping at the broken scale and talking. Then they all decided it was some kind of a gag and went on and forgot about it. For me, I couldn't forget about it. Somehow I didn't think it was a gag. There was something about him, the way he moved, the way he talked, that scared the pants off me. I hung around for a while, getting my stuff together, and then I looked up Rube Thomas. Rube's a big guy. Used to be a wrestler, and he was just closing up his Wheel of Fortune. Hiya, Rube. How are they going?
Not bad for a one-horse town. How's it you?
Oh, not too bad. Till some wise guy busted my scale.
Huh? Busted your scale?
Yeah. Well, Rube, that's why I come over. He was a queer duck. I just couldn't figure his pitch, but he said something about waiting for me when he closed up, so I thought...
So you thought maybe you should have some protection walking down to the station.
Yeah.
That's a hot one.
What is?
You're on your side bets. Well, don't worry about it. Ain't no one gonna lay a finger on you when you're with Rube Thomas.
I helped Rube take down the wheel. But even then, we were about the last to leave the fairgrounds. We went out through the main gate. It was pretty dark, but I wasn't worried anymore. I'd never yet seen anybody Rube couldn't handle. Then I heard footsteps.
slow and heavy ones. And then...
There you are. I've been waiting for you.
Yeah? No kidding?
This the guy?
Yeah,
Okay, Bob. What's the pitch? What's your racket?
Racket? There's no racket. Your friend and I had a bet. I've come to collect.
Yeah? Well, I'll tell you a funny thing about carnivals. When we pull up stakes and get ready to go, all bets is off.
I'm afraid this one can't be called off. You see, I need him.
You need him?
Yes. You bet your life, remember? And you lost.
You mean you... Oh, you're nuts.
There are people who have thought so, but I'm not. Shall we go?
No. No, I ain't gonna. Rube.
Take it easy, Shell. I told you all bets was off, mister. Now you gotta blow 'em, I'm gonna have to get rough with you.
I wouldn't if I were you.
No? Well, then here's one just for luck. Oh, my hand.
I warned you.
Oh, you... I'll break your bloody neck up.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you.
You won't believe this. Like you probably won't believe what happened afterwards. He didn't swing or anything. He just kind of dropped his fist on Rube's head. And he smashed in his skull like it hit him with a lead pipe.
Good Lord, you killed him.
Yes. Shall we go?
No,
Look at me. Into my eyes. That's right. Now remember this. You're mine. Mine to do with exactly as I wish. And you do exactly what I wish. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, yes.
Good. Then let's go.
Something happened. Happened to me then and there. Something I ain't over yet. It wasn't just that I was scared, more scared than I've ever been in my life. It was something else. When I looked into his eyes, it was like that just plain didn't count. That no one or nothing did. Then I just had to do whatever he wanted, whatever he said. We got in his car and drove to your place, Doc, and we stopped in front of it, and he pointed at a kind of low building behind it.
That is Dr. Carden's laboratory. He has something there I need. A Geiger counter. You're going in and get it for me.
You mean swipe it?
Yes. It would take too much time to make one of my own, and as I said, I need it. Now, it's a long glass tube, about this size, with filaments inside it.
Yeah, but suppose somebody sees me. Suppose somebody comes...
Carden's away in Washington with that childish Atomic Energy Commission of theirs. There's only Matson, his assistant, and he must be sleeping. If he should try and stop you, well, you'll have to take care of him, but remember, I want that Geiger counter.
Like I said, it was like I was numb. Didn't have a mind of my own. I did it. Found an open window. Went in and got what he wanted. Brought it out to him. He didn't say a word. He just put it in the back of the car and we drove away. It was about 11:45 when we got to his place. Big rambling house at the foot of a mountain. He took me around the back to a kind of iron door and... Well, it was like out of Buck Rogers, the 25th century. Big glass tubes, dynamos, wires. He must have noticed me staring because he said...
Go ahead, look around. There's equipment here that doesn't exist anyplace else in the world.
Yeah, but what's it all for?
And if I told you, you'd be even more frightened than you are now. By the way, what's your name?
Sullivan. Sean Sullivan.
I'm Dr. Vance. Dr. Brian Vance.
Doctor?
Of nuclear physics. Without doubt, the greatest scientist in the world today. Do you know anyone else who has been able to convert most of the elements of the human body into the heavy isotopes?
Look, I don't know what you mean, but is that...
Yes. That is why not only my weight, but the entire atomic mass of my body's... What's that?
Sounds like a car.
Yes, but who... Oh, Matson. He must have heard you in the laboratory, followed us.
Well, I was as quiet as I could, be honest.
Yeah, there's nothing to be worried or excited about. Hello, Matson.
Vance, I should have known it was you.
Should have known what was me.
That stole our Geiger. You've done an awful lot of strange things in your career, Vance, but this time you've gone just a little too far. This time I've got you dead to rights.
I'm afraid it's just the other way around, Matson.
What do you mean? What? Vance.
You don't really think I'd let you or anyone interfere with what I'm doing, do you?
You killed him,
Of course. Drag him over there out of the way. There's a certain experiment I'm just about ready to try, and his body will come in very handy.
With Shil Sullivan staring at him in abject horror, Dr. Vance turns away from the body on the floor, lumbers over to one of his instruments, and begins examining it. And far away, in the town's church steeple, the clock strikes 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
And now, back to Murder at Midnight and The Heavy Death. It's just a moment later. Sergeant Rowe and Dr. Carden staring incredulously at Sullivan as he pauses for a moment in his terrifying story. Then the trooper says,
We did find Thomas's body out by the fairground, but it was an accident. Hit by a truck or something. You mean this Vance killed Madsen just like that?
Shot him without turning a hair.
Sure sounds to me like... Dr. Carden, what do you think?
I don't know, Sergeant. I do know Vance. I knew that he had a laboratory somewhere near here. And, well, it's true that he probably knows as much about nuclear physics as anyone in the world. We tried several times to get him to work with us during the war, but he laughed at us, said that what we were doing was childish.
Yes, but this other business, this changing himself, making himself heavy...
Yeah, even his voice was heavy like.
Is that possible, Doctor?
Theoretically, yes, I suppose it is. After all, Professor Urey did it with hydrogen, made heavy water. And we've done it with uranium.
Yes, but why would he want to do it? Why?
There I can only guess. For all his genius, I've always felt Vance was a little mad. It's possible he believes that by changing the atomic weight of his body, he can make it immune to disease.
Yeah, that's right. It's true. He said he was going to live forever.
Well, go on, Sullivan. What happened after that?
He made me help him do things around the laboratory. Wire and stuff like that. Seems he got tired pretty easy, and his hands was too heavy to do work that was delicate-like. Maybe that's why he needed someone else around. Finally, I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore, and I fell asleep on a cot in a corner. I don't know if he ever slept or not. If he did, I never seen him. When I woke up, it was around noon, and he had Madsen's body propped up in a chair against a kind of a silver screen.
So you finally got up, eh, Sullivan? I was just going to wake you.
Yes, sir. I'm kind of hungry, sir.
Yes, food. Well, you're going to help me with a little experiment first, and then we can eat.
Yes, sir. What kind of experiment? You mean...
Why, yes. An experiment on our friend Madsen's body. He won't mind. Just a little calcium transmutation. First, we switch on our alpha generator here. Then we make a few frequency adjustments.
What are you going to do?
You'll see. Over there, stand by that master switch on the converter. When I give the word...
Yes, sir.
We'll let it climb just a little higher. A little higher. Now!
Oh, good Lord. No. There's a kind of glass tube pointing at Madsen's body. When I threw the switch, a white light shot out of it. And I know you won't believe this. When it hit the body, it went all soft. It was like the bones had gone out of it. Just went all soft and kind of poured off the chair onto the floor. I must have fainted or something. When I come to, Vance was standing over me, smiling.
Anything the matter, Sullivan? Don't you feel well?
Yes, sir. I'm all right. That was the most awful, most terrible thing.
Sullivan, if you were a soldier and you saw that happen to the man next to you, would you feel much like fighting after that?
What? You mean you're going to do that?
I'd advise you not to ask too many questions. We'll dispose of the rest of the body later, but now let's eat.
Like I said, it was just about a week ago. I can't really tell you what happened after that because I was in a daze most of the time. We worked, him showing me what to do, wire and solder and stuff. We ate. Sometimes he let me sleep. Then this morning it happened. I woke up at about 10. He was standing looking at this thing we've been making.
Well, Sullivan, it's finished. Just a few adjustments and we were ready to go.
Yes, sir.
And I'm profoundly grateful to you for your help. I will show you how grateful in a very concrete fashion.
You mean you're going to let me go? You're going to let me
go? Really, Sullivan? That's a little foolish, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. I just thought... Yeah, I guess it is. Well...
Where are you going?
Inside to fix some breakfast.
No, Sullivan, no food for you. Not today.
No food?
No, because tonight you're going to enjoy a tremendous experience. One I experienced myself several months ago. And the process is much simpler when the stomach is empty.
Process? You mean you're going to make me like you? Heavy?
Yes, Sullivan. I told you I was grateful to you and...
Oh, no, Doc. No, please, will you? For heaven's sake...
You're being rather childish. I'm not going to bother detailing what it will mean to you physiologically, the immunities it will give you. I will merely tell you that we'll do it tonight.
Getting changed to become like he was. Heavy as lead. Well, it did something to me. It was like I'd been dope hypnotized. All that time afraid to do anything to make him mad. Now I was even more scared to stay. I made out like everything was fine, and I waited. I waited and watched. Then about an hour ago, I got my chance. He went into the house to get something. He didn't lock the door. I was out like a shot, grabbed his car and started down the driveway. As I went past the house, I heard a window open.
Sullivan, come back! Come back! You'll regret this! You'll regret it!
That's the story. I was so jittery, I went to a ditch just outside of town and had to run the rest of the way. I don't care whether you believe me or not, whether you think I'm nuts, what you do to me. I just want one thing. Get me away from here. Get me far away fast. Because he's going to be coming after me, I know it.
Well, I'm not saying what I think. Not yet. What about you, Dr. Carden?
I wouldn't like to say either. Knowing Vance, I believe he's capable of everything Sullivan told us. And theoretically, everything he described is possible.
I told you, I don't care whether you believe me or not. Just get me away from here.
I can't for an hour or so. Have to call Bridge and have them send down some men. Then we can really go into this. In the meantime, I'll put you in one of the detention cells. You'll be okay there.
Are they strong? Really strong?
Plenty strong enough to keep you in and anyone else out. Come on.
Sergeant! Hey, Sarge! Dr. Carden! Isn't it about time? Ain't it? Hey, can't you hear me? Sergeant! Dr. Carden!
Oh, gee, Sarge. I was starting to get a little worried. You.
Yes, Sullivan. You didn't really think you were going to get away, did you?
Oh. What are you going to do? You can't do anything. The cell door is locked.
And is it? Let's see.
Hey, you see? You can't break it down. You can't. It's steel.
Yes, Sullivan. But steel can be smashed if it has to be.
No.
I told you you'd regret running away, didn't I?
No. Look, I'll come back. I'll do anything you want.
I'm afraid it's too late, Sullivan.
No.
Too late for anything but this.
Dr. Carden. Did you hear it, too?
I'm not sure. But it did sound like...
This way, quick. Good Lord. Look at that cell door. Oh, and Sullivan. His skull.
Smashed like an eggshell. Well, Sergeant?
I guess I must be nuts, too. Look, Doc. He must have just left here. If we wait for the men from Bridgeton, give him time enough to get back to his place, or those blasted gray things of his, there's no telling what he'll do, how many lives he'll cost. But if we leave right now, the two of us, maybe we can get there before him, cut him off. What do you say? You game?
I'm game, Sergeant. Let's go.
That must be it. It's right ahead.
Laboratory's probably running back. Well, Sergeant, The lights are on.
Yeah. Maybe he left them on when he came into town and got Sullivan. Or maybe...
No. No, listen. He's back. We're too late.
What in heaven's name is that?
An electrostatic generator or cyclotron. He's... Oh, good Lord. Up the mountain there. Look.
Great Scott. Looks like a hole or something. But it's moving.
A neutron beam. Disintegrating. Eating its way into the mountain. He must have found some way of harnessing...
Dr. Gordon, swinging his way. Must have seen us. Come on, run.
No good, Sergeant. Seems to have a range of almost half a mile.
But eating through solid rock that way. If it hits us...
You came to see just what Vance was doing, eh, Carden? Well, take a good look. The less good you'll ever take at anything. For you shall be the first to...
And did you think that you were going to get away with it, Vance?
Who's that?
Take a look at the Geiger.
Gentlemen, it's too much. Gotta cut that down.
And what'll happen when you release the load?
But I've got to cut it down. Sergeant Sullivan.
Yeah, that's because I'm good that you joined me. You can't do it alone. Too heavy. Too slow.
Climbs any higher. Good Lord, the generator. I've got to cut that down, too.
Dr. Gordon. Dr. Gordon, where are you?
Over here, Sergeant.
Are you all right?
A little shaken up, but yes, I'm all right.
Oh, the laboratory. The whole house. Look.
Yes.
What happened?
Something got out of control. Too much centrifugal force. Or the load released too suddenly, and the whole thing exploded. Now there are things that we'll never know. Except something we knew already. That science can either be man's servant or his master and his doom.
And as I stand there, gazing at the smoking ruins that were once Vance's laboratory, through the blessed silence comes the distant clang of the clock in the town's church steeple, for the second time, striking 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death hovers like a dark cloud and the clocks strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
The part of Shill Sullivan was played by Frank Reddick. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
This I believe. Holgar J. Johnson is president of the Institute of Life Insurance. Starting as agent upon leaving college, he worked his way up through the managerial end of the business until in 1938 he received national recognition for his achievements. Here is Holgar Johnson's creed.
Shortly after the end of the Second World War, a young soldier came to see me. He had been taken out of high school, given his basic training, then shipped off to war, campaigning through Africa, Italy, France, and into Germany. He came home confused. He was disillusioned. He thought he had lost several years' time. He asked me if I felt there were any normal times ahead in which a young man could grow and progress. His question challenged me. I thought of the years in which I had lived and couldn't remember the so-called normal times. It seemed that we had had nothing but social and economic disturbances and 2 world wars. But on second thought, I remembered the progress made in this period. More progress was made by our country and its people than anything I had discovered from the reading of history. So while I don't think there is anything such as normal times, I do believe that our progress depends upon our ability and capacity to adjust ourselves to change as it comes upon us. I also have a profound belief in the honesty and integrity of most people. You may fool some people for a while, but most people can and do recognize sincerity because people are basically honest. Most of my life I have worked with young people and found that they are quick to recognize what is sometimes called the smart approach, even though they may try to mimic it. But when the test comes, they can be depended upon to see through it, and they will respond to honest frankness and sincerity. I believe most people have a sense of wanting to be important, no matter what their walk of life. It seems to me that this desire for recognition, this sense of importance, helps create some of our current social problems, for nobody wants to be a number. The plain fact is, each recognizes that as a person, he or she is entitled to the dignity of being a person. I believe that I have a responsibility for my own success or failure. I cannot depend upon others to see me through, though certainly I am sometimes helped by what others do for me. My life has been richer because a Y camp director was willing to spend time with me at a campfire and point the way for me to return to school after I had gone to work at the age of 13. But as I look back, although he showed me the way, had I not taken the responsibility, his vision would never have become a reality. Furthermore, I would not have had the opportunity to show the same possibility to several others, except for what one man did for me, and because I took the responsibility to follow through. I believe in the importance of love and affection and human understanding and their influence on our lives, whether it be the relationship that exists between the members of a family, or between 2 people, or the simple companionship of a man and his dog. One cannot develop such qualities and at the same time be primarily concerned with what one gets out of it. I must sometimes be willing to set myself aside for the good of others, and strangely enough, I usually get more in return than I give. Yes, I have been hurt sometimes, but I know that the scale will eventually balance in my favor. Then, too, I believe in the Supreme Being. For without the hope that comes from a realization that the universe is ordered by some force greater than man himself, we sink to the level of a crass, materialistic world in which there is little room for the other things I believe.
That was Holgar J. Johnson, president of the Institute of Life Insurance in New York City.
The Linux Show, starring Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the 3 great Linux home brighteners. A man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's exciting case, The Howling Horse, in which Nick Carter goes hunting in a forest of death and tracks down a fabulous 4-legged killer. For really truly enjoyable living, for real contentment, it is necessary that we have time to relax. Time to do the things we like as well as to do the necessary things. And these days, American homemakers everywhere are learning that one important way to enjoy leisure time is to depend on the three great Linux home brighteners. Those magic new shortcuts to beauty for woodwork, furniture, and floors. You, too, can save drudgery each day with those three great Linux home brighteners. Linux Clear Gloss, the modern brush-on finish. Linux Cream Polish for fine furniture. And Linux Self-Polishing Wax, the amazing new quick-drying wax product. Try these fine modern products designed to help you do your work in record time. You'll find that they're a really efficient way to leisure time for you. Ask your hardware, paint, or department store for the three great Linux home brighteners, the modern shortcuts to new home beauty. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. The lights are out in the old brownstone mansion at the corner of 5th and 4th. In the darkened laboratory, the strange whine of electricity sounds, and under the pale, purple aura of ultraviolet light, Nick Carter and Patsy play a strange jigsaw puzzle game with crime.
Wait a minute, Patsy. This letter A matches the A and bequeath. Just a moment. Yes, an exact duplicate. Make a note of that.
Right.
All right, in progress. The word here on this slip. Exactly duplicates the here and hereby bequeath. You got that?
I've got it.
Better and better. See that word will in last will and testament? A precise duplicate of the written will from this thank you note. Who's that?
Hiya, folks. It's the demon reporter himself in person.
Why, it's Scubby.
Oh, hello, Scubby.
Pardon the interruption, masterminds. The housekeeper let me in. Well, what's cooking? Good looking.
Nick's testing the validity of a will, Scubby. We're matching samples of the dead man's writing with the writing in the will.
Oh, very interesting. Do they match?
Precisely.
Well, then the will is genuine, eh?
On the contrary, the will's a forgery.
Huh?
Now, turn off the ultraviolet, Patsy. Put on the lights.
Hey, I don't get it, Nick. If the writing in the will dovetails with other letters, doesn't that prove the same guy wrote both?
No, Scubby. The fact that words in individual letters from old correspondence match words and letters in the will proves someone forged the will by tracing the dead man's handwriting.
Very clever. Very clever indeed. It'll make a nice feature article when I finish with my story on the howling horse.
Did you say howling horse, Scubby?
Yes, beautiful. I'm on my way upstate to cover one of the craziest stories that ever hit the desk. I thought Nick might be interested.
What is it, Scubby?
Well, it seems there's a guy upstate named Lucas who has...
C.B. Lucas? 3 degrees in medicine, archaeology, and natural philosophy. Explored the Gobi Desert in 36.
Yeah, the very same. Oh, this Lucas must be pretty wealthy. He's got a big estate, about 700 acres of forest and lakes.
But what about that howling horse you mentioned?
Well, there's a story that Lucas brought back a couple of horses with him from one of his explorations, and they howl.
Nonsense.
They also kill cattle.
Ridiculous.
These horses of Dr. Lucas also have murdered a man.
Oh, no.
Well, that's the story I'm going to check. Are you interested, Nick?
In horses that murder men? Certainly am. I'll use my car. We should reach the Lucas estate by nightfall. Let's go.
Sit down, Mr. Carter. Ma'am.
Thank you.
The other gent, too.
Thanks.
I'm mighty happy to have you with us in the Brennan.
Thank you very much, Sheriff Crane.
The case too tough for you to handle, eh, Sheriff?
Well, you betcha. Be too tough for anybody except Mr. Carter here. Reckon I'd have caught you in anyway.
You better explain, Sheriff.
Well, it's like this. Lucas ain't an amiable man. Not by a long shot. Keeps himself locked up in that estate. Nobody can get him. Nobody sees him. He kind of acts like he's scared of something, hiding. But he's a mighty powerful man in this county. Got influential friends. My hands are tied. I can't buck him. But you can, Mr. Carter. I hear you're a fighter that don't care a hoot where the punches land.
Well, I try to live up to that reputation, Sheriff Crane. Now, tell me about Lucas's horses.
Don't know a thing. He brought them back with him about 6 months ago. Moved them in horse vans. Nobody seen them. Well, pretty soon people start talking about them horses howling.
They're sure about them howling?
Yep. Then, 1 or 2 folks seen one of them running around Lucas's estate. A big black critter. Seen him at night. Mean and ornery. But pretty soon they started killing cattle. Rip them apart with their teeth. Folks sued Lucas. He just laughed. Told him they was crazy. Swore he didn't own no horses.
I see.
Last week, Jed Storm was killed on the road that passes Lucas's estate. Head was near torn off. Body all ripped to pieces. I figured maybe the law better step in. I had to pull every string I could to even get into Lucas's estate. Searched the place from top to bottom, house, barns, everything. Well, sir, Lucas was telling the truth. There ain't no horses there.
You're sure, Sheriff?
Ma'am, I'm a farmer before I'm a sheriff. You can't fool a farmer on things like that.
All right, Sheriff. We'll start tonight and see what we can find.
Just one warning, Mr. Carter. Maybe I sound kind of fantastic like, but believe me, I ain't been stretching the truth. You go slow, and you go careful. That Lucas is mean. Them horses is deadly.
Thanks for the warning, Sheriff, but I've met deadly killers before.
And Nick is still here, which is more than you can say for most of the killers he's met.
Crane's directions are right. This must be the road that skirts Lucas's estate. Keep your eyes on the left. We ought to sight the house any minute now.
Pitch dark, Nick.
Watch for lights.
Oh, what's the program, Nick? You going to bust right in?
Ought to try. I don't know how tough Lucas really is. Maybe he's just bluffing, Sheriff Crane.
Nick, I can see lights off to the left.
Yeah? Where away, Skipper?
Deep in the woods there. See?
Yeah. The lady's right, Nick.
I see them. That must be Lucas's house, all right. Yes, there's a gravel drive turning off the road. Here goes. I'll be more than interested to meet Lucas again.
Oh, you know him, Nick?
Casually. I had the rather distasteful job of checking his credentials for the government some years ago. Intelligence work. Believe me, it was a nasty interview.
Nick!
Hey, for the love of Pete, Nick. Someone's bombarding us.
Oh, stop the car, Nick. We'll be blown up.
Stop anyway. There's a roadblock ahead.
Hey, this doesn't look like a bluff to me. Lucas is playing for keeps.
This is private property. You are trespassing on private property. I shall give you 5 minutes to get out here.
Where's that voice coming from?
He's using a public address speaker out on the grounds. He's probably got the microphone in the house.
This is your last warning, whoever you are. You have 5 minutes to get off my ground.
Apparently, we haven't much choice.
For the love of... Was that Chinese?
It was, and raises a very curious question in a fantastic case. Let's back out to the road and start finding the answer to it. All right. This is far enough. Let's get out.
Okay. Well, where are we now, Nick?
About half a mile past Lucas's house. We're going to cut into the woods from here, then circle around to the house.
Well, I got my flashlight. Lead on, Nick.
No, Scotty. No flashlight. We do this in the dark. Oh, Patsy, you can wait in the car if you want to.
Oh, me? Why, you talk as though you think I'm scared.
Well, aren't you?
Well, yes, but I won't admit it.
All right. I'll hold your hand, beautiful.
I'm not that scared.
Now, listen, we've got to be as quiet as possible.
Hey, do you think that we're going to meet any wild horses, Nick?
I don't know, Scubby.
Nick, you haven't explained yet about Lucas talking in Chinese.
Not sure I understand yet myself.
Oh, I sure wish I'd covered the beauty contest instead of this guy.
Hold everything.
What is it?
Quiet. Listen. Hear that?
Jeepers, did I?
It sounds like howling.
There it is again.
Howling horses, I said. Nonsense, Nick Carter said. Well, is it nonsense now, Nick?
A howling horse.
Hey, it's coming closer.
Are we just going to stand here and wait, Nick?
We are not. Gunshot! Come on, hurry.
What's happening, Nick?
Someone's being chased by Scubby's howling horse. Someone is using a gun to protect himself. For the love of God. Careful now, whatever you do. Hold your head.
Nick!
Yes?
Straight ahead in that clearing.
I can see the silhouette.
Yes, chasing a man. Almost got him, too. Quick now. Steady. Keep moving forward.
Oh, I think we're too late, Nick.
I know where you are. Get your flashlight out, Scubby, and flash it straight ahead, quick. I want to get a look at that horse if he's still there.
Right. Here you are.
There isn't anything. There's nothing at all.
Nothing but a body of a man sprawled there in the grass.
A body without a head.
Grimly, Nick paces the last few steps forward to examine the victim of a murder he could not prevent. Who is the dead man? How did Lucas' fantastic creatures track and kill him? Why did Lucas cry a warning in Chinese? Can Nick answer these questions in time? We'll see in just a moment. Modern science is constantly achieving miracles, constantly finding new ways, better ways to do the things which must be done. And science has done its share of service for our American homemakers. Take, for example, the 3 great Linex home brighteners, which are proving such an aid to women everywhere. There's Linex self-polishing wax, for example, created by leading research chemists who give you the finest. Made from a brand new formula, Linex self-polishing wax offers new beauty, new protection, new skid resistance for every floor surface in your home. And Linex self-polishing wax contains the greatest possible amount of real carnauba wax for that handsome, satiny finish only real wax can give. What's more, the underwriters' laboratories have proved by test that any linoleum, hardwood, or rubber tile floor is actually less slippery after Linex self-polishing wax has been applied. And, of course, Linex self-polishing wax saves time 2 ways, for it takes only a jiffy to apply and dries quickly. And then its beautiful protective surface saves you future work because it's so easy to keep clean. Choose genuine Linex self-polishing wax and know what it is to use the finest. Ask your dealer now for all 3 great Linex home brighteners. Give your home new beauty the easy Linex way. And now back to our story. The strange story of savage howling horses that hunt and kill men brought Nick, Patsy, and Scubby to the small upstate town of Burnham. When Nick drives out to the estate of C.B. Lucas, famous explorer who has brought the animals to America, he is warned off by Lucas, who shouts at the master detective in Chinese. When Nick, Patsy, and Scubby attempt to steal into the estate on foot, they witness the tracking down and killing of a man by one of Lucas' savage creatures. Now, in the blackness of a forest clearing, they examine the dead body.
Oh, what a mess this fellow is.
Yes, head torn off completely. Apparently, Dr. Lucas's man-eating horse took it away with him.
And did you hear the way it howled? It was like a lion or it was something.
Oh, that wasn't any lion or anything else that I ever heard of.
You're right, Scubby. Wait a minute. Wow, this is odd.
What, Nick?
Look at the gun this fellow was carrying.
Huh?
It's lying beside his right hand.
For the love of Pete, what is it?
Happens to be a Patterson Colt. Model of 1848.
1848? You mean 100 years old?
Just about. This is one of the original Colt models. Fired with percussion caps.
Oh, but that doesn't make sense, Nick. Why would a man defend himself with an antique like that?
Well, if you remember, Scubby, that when Lucas warned us off, he talked in Chinese, it does make sense.
No, not to me it doesn't.
It will in a very few minutes. Come on. Get up to Lucas's house.
Well, aren't you going to search that body for identification or something?
No, we won't find any.
How do you know?
Let's concentrate on being quiet, shall we?
Okay.
Put that flash out, Scubby.
Sure.
Now stay on your toes. Dr. Lucas' charming pets may be closer than you think.
Nick?
Yes?
I can see the house lights from here straight ahead.
Yes. All right, quick now.
Oh.
Oh, I sure wish there was a moon.
You're not getting romantic, are you, Scubby?
Heck no. I'm just scared of the dark.
Wait a minute. Listen.
It's a funny sound.
Like machinery or something.
It's not machinery. Hurry, let's get to the house. Take this path here.
Nick, that sound is awfully familiar. I just can't place it.
Familiar to you, Scubby?
Well, yeah.
Coming over the PA Lucas has on the ground.
Over the PA?
Right. All right, quick, into the house. Those French windows at the side look open.
Open? They're smashed. Like a truck went through them.
So they are. Careful of broken glass.
Oh, Nick, look at this room.
Yeah, looks as if the truck drove through here, too.
Yeah.
Where is Dr. Lucas?
I have a hunch that something's happened to Dr. Lucas, Patsy. Something that accounts for the funny noise you hear over the PA. Come on.
I don't like this. Strange advices. Oh, for the love of...
Yes, I rather expected this.
It's a body sprawled alongside that phonograph.
And it's a needle running in the last groove in the record that's making that strange sound, Patsy. I'm afraid Dr. Lucas has played this phonograph for the last time. Better take the playing arm off the record, Scotty.
Yeah, right, Nick.
Now, let's have a look at this body. Oh, lots of blood. Body quite warm, killed very recently. The same way our friend back in the woods was killed. Head torn off.
Only this time the head was left with the body.
But this isn't Dr. Lucas, Nick. Look at the head. He's Chinese.
Glory be, you're right, Patsy. Then this explains why we heard a warning in Chinese over the PA when we first drove up to the house, right, Nick?
Scubby, start that record again.
This man couldn't talk English, so he had an English-speaking record made to warn people off the ground,
Play it,
right?
Scubby, play it quick.
Okay.
Turn off the PA first. We'll hear it direct.
Right, Nick.
This is private property. You are trespassing on private property. I will give you 5 minutes to get out of here.
What'd I tell you, Nick?
That's the voice we heard.
This is your last warning, whoever you are. 5 minutes to get off my ground.
Please turn off machine. Please turn off machine.
For the love of... A couple of hatchet men.
Please do not move. Associate and self highly expert in use of lethal firearms. Kindly raise arms to extreme vertical position. Remain with backs against wall. Thank you.
Oh, now listen, wise guys.
Please to remain silent. So, we have made long journey for most prosperous meeting, Mr. Lucas.
Lucas? Well, this
Quiet,
is...
Patsy.
Was extremely injudicious to take away Gochujang, Mr. Lucas. Rash action put miserable selves to extreme expense of body and purse for long journey.
Yes?
Now necessary to locate Gochujang at once. Discovered that number 2 associate as yet unsuccessful in task. Remains for self and miserable number 1 associate.
Hey, what in blazes is...
Mr. Lucas, you will please inform this person of locality of Gochujang. May miserable Fang Pai remind Honorable Mr. Lucas, this person highly barbaric species. Lack refining benefits of civilized education. Much prepared to obtain required information with cruel methods of contemptible savagery.
Golly, Nick.
Oh, who is this Goshi Jung character you birds are after? He's the guy I think you mean. He's dead.
Be quiet, Scubby.
This news highly interesting. It's true, Mr. Lucas, that Gochujang departed to join all of our ancestors.
What if it is?
Then task of this person reduced to minimum. Only necessary to ensure demise of you and friends and then return to home.
Our demise? But we...
This is Hiamen King Fu and us. Ninjin Chen.
This is the payoff. Look out now, Scubby. Here goes the photograph.
This
way, Patsy. Scubby, get moving.
All right.
Through this door. Move fast.
Oh, you blocked him off with that photograph like a fullback.
You can't block bullets as easily. They'll be recovering up any minute now to start shooting. This must be the kitchen. Straight ahead and out the back door.
You think we can shake them, Nick?
We move fast enough we can.
All right, I'll get the door.
Through, Patsy, quick. Come on, Scubby.
Right with you. Oh.
Now what?
Quiet and keep running. Come on. We stand a 50-50 chance of shaking them in the dark out here.
Why didn't you tell them you weren't Lucas?
You think they'd believe me?
Hey, this looks like a garage ahead.
In then, hurry. Careful. There's a car here. Don't bang into it.
All right, now what, Nick?
Oh, we can just hold out long enough. Sheriff Crane will rescue us.
Huh?
What do you mean, Patsy?
Well, when you were examining the body, I called the sheriff and notified him about the 2 deaths.
What?
He said he was coming right up as soon as he could get his posse together.
Oh, good work, Patsy. That's my little darling every time.
That's about the worst news I've ever had.
But, Nick,
I understand, Patsy. It's too late to explain now. All right, here's what we do.
Yeah, we're listening, Nick.
Get into this car. Drive out of the garage like 60 and get past those 2 killers. Now, get in.
Okay.
I'll take the wheel. You two hold on now. All right, here goes. I'm cutting straight across the lawns and fields. Let's hope the tires hold.
Oh, they've shot us.
They don't get us now, we're safe. I think we made it. You all right back there?
I guess so.
Watch out. We're going straight through the fields to that patch of woods where we found the first victim of Gochujang.
Oh, for Pete's sake, why?
I'm going to perform the nastiest piece of business I've ever been forced to do. I'm going to run a human drag line. All right, Scotty, this is what we do. We're going to take the body of this unfortunate fellow and drag it.
Oh, holy smokes,
Right across Lucas's land, away from the house. Quick, give me a hand with the body.
Okay, Nick.
Why?
We're going to set a drag line for Gochujang. All right, now start moving, shall we?
Okay, Nick.
Nick, what's a drag line?
Folks use it down south for fox hunting, Patsy. especially when there aren't any foxes in the neighborhood. It's an artificial trail.
Well, I understand, but why do
For
we
the sake of Sheriff Crane and any men he may bring with him. Don't forget, Go-See Jung is around the house and grounds, and the killer. We've got to turn ourselves into bait to save their lives.
Good old howling horse. Why didn't Lucas leave him where he found him?
Nick, did Lucas discover Go-See Jung?
No, Bessie. A gentleman by the name of Marco Polo discovered him.
Marco Polo?
Yes. And just the other side of that tree, Scubby.
All right, Nick.
Go-See Jung was discovered many centuries ago. But he's unknown in the Western world. He was, that is, until Lucas brought him here. I warn you, sooner or later he'll pick up the scent of this trail we're making and come after us. And believe me, it'll be a tremendous shock.
Nothing could shock me anymore.
You've never seen anything like Go-See Jung, Scubby.
Golly. Got the creep.
Fortunately, there's a brisk wind blowing. If he doesn't pick up this blood trail, maybe he'll pick up ours. And he... Wait. Hear that?
Yeah, I hear it.
We're in luck. We've been scented. Keep moving, Scubby. Get to the top of that little hill.
All right.
He got closer.
He's as fast as a racehorse.
Yeah, and he howls like a pack of... Nick, I just got it.
Good. No time to talk about it. All right. This is far enough. Put the body down, Scubby.
Okay.
Get your flashlight ready. Patsy.
Yes, Nick.
I want you to stand to my left. Here's an extra magazine for my automatic. Hold it. When I yell for it, slap it into my left hand.
Okay.
Oh, what a monster.
Stand by.
Oh, sounds awful close.
He should be in sight any second now. Right, Scubby, straight ahead.
Right. Nick, for the love of...
It is a horse. A stallion.
No, it's a dog. A giant dog.
And the killer. Look out.
You can't stop him.
Oh, Nick.
Magazine, Patsy, quick.
Bring the giant. For Pete's sake, Nick, get that gun loaded.
Here we are. Patsy, it's all right. We've stopped him. Steady.
Oh, golly, Nick. Oh, golly. He was so big, fantastic, blooming up into Scubby's flashlight.
It's all right.
Nick, do you mean to say that thing was a dog?
I do. That was Go-See Jung, the fabulous, almost mythical Tibetan mastiff. This is the first and probably the last time we'll ever see this breed. And in killing it, we've destroyed the monster that murdered Dr. C.B. Lucas.
In just a few minutes, Nick will be back to give you the final details of today's story and describe the strange creature thought to be the howling horse. When your furniture was new, of course you were proud of its handsome, gleaming appearance. Since then, it may be that finger marks, dust smudges, the cloudy look of inferior polish have made your furniture look dull and unattractive. But with Linex Cream Polish to help you out, you can restore its appearance in double quick time. For Linex Cream Polish cleans as it polishes, cutting the job in half. Yes, one quick application of Linex Cream Polish removes all the cloudy dullness from your furniture, leaves it gleaming and beautiful. And because it dries hard, leaving no oily film on the surface to attract more dust, it saves you future work as well. No wonder so many thousands of modern American women are coming to depend on Linex Cream Polish, the up-to-date beauty treatment for fine furniture. Get Linex Cream Polish now. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Cream Polish, Linex Self-Polishing Wax, and Linex Clear Gloss, the longer-lasting brush-on finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And remember that your dealer is headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that brings quick new sparkle to walls and ceilings. Chemtone covers in one coat, dries in 1 hour. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself.
I'd heard of the Tibetan Mastiff before, Patsy. You'll find an interesting chapter on that strange animal in a pamphlet on Chinese dogs published by the Quan Quan Company in Los Angeles in 1944. It's one of the oldest defense breeds in the world, and is so revered in Tibet that none has ever been allowed out of that country. Go-See Jung means dog of Tibet.
Oh. Well, aren't there any pictures, Nick?
No, the Tibetans do not permit pictures to be taken, Patsy. All we have are the descriptions of various explorers from Marco Polo down. All describe the giant dog as being the size of a horse.
Well, it sure was, Nick.
There have been attempts to steal one of the mastiffs and bring them out of the country, but in each case, the dog has either been stolen back or killed.
So Dr. Lucas managed to steal Go-See Jung.
Right. and brought it to his estate, and then lived in constant fear, knowing the Tibetans would never let him keep the dog. He knew that sooner or later they'd send men to kill it, and they did.
And that's why he kept himself locked up?
Precisely. Lucas made that recorded warning to play over his PA system whenever strangers drove up. It was undoubtedly warned by some sort of mechanical device that was set off by our entrance to the grounds. He also repeated it in Chinese to warn off any Chinese gunmen who might have trailed him here.
Then it really was Lucas we heard.
Yes. You see, Patsy, the dog apparently turned savage and broke loose from the chains with which it was confined. Lucas could not recapture it, so it roamed the estate, killing everything it met.
Oh.
In fact, right before our eyes, we saw it kill a man. That was Mr. Fang's number 2 assistant, prowling around the grounds. The Mastiff ran off with the dead man's head in its jaws, crashed into Lucas's house, and attacked Lucas himself.
Then it dropped the head of the Chinese and tore off Lucas's head and rushed off with it.
Exactly. That's why you and Scubby leaped to the conclusion that the head we found alongside Lucas's body actually belonged to that body.
Well, when did you first begin to understand what was happening, Nick?
When I saw that the first victim had been carrying an old Patterson Colt. There's only one section of the world that continues to use antique firearms, Patsy, and that's the mountain regions of China. In Tibet, you'll still find soldiers equipped with flintlock rifles and old Civil War weapons.
Golly. Well, what about those killers from Tibet that came after the dog, Nick? The men who thought you were Lucas.
Probably slipped off and started back for home. We'll never see them again, and there's no need to, really. They haven't been guilty of any crime. All the guilty parties in question have already paid in full.
Well, Nick, that was certainly an unusual tale. What's next week's story going to be about?
Next week, Ken, we're going to meet a strange young man who, as far as anyone knew, never touched alcohol at all, yet apparently came home intoxicated night after night. Then one evening he was murdered.
And that was the evening he carried home with him a can opener 7 feet long.
And the murder was revealed by a silkworm.
A giant can opener and telltale silkworms. Sounds like a swell story. What's its title, Nick?
The Case of the Worried Worm.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Charlotte Manson plays Patsy. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Alfred Bester. The programs are fictional, and any resemblance therein to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the 3 great Linex home brighteners: Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This I believe. Dr. Horace M. Callan describes himself as a man who lives his life in philosophy and makes his living by teaching it. He has been on the faculty of New York's New School for Social Research ever since its founding, and is at present Dean of its graduate faculty and Chairman of the Department of Philosophy and Psychology. This is Dr. Callan's creed.
The beliefs by which I live followed from an inner debate begun when I first read the book of Job in English. I had known it only in Hebrew. There's a verse in the 13th chapter which, literally translated, would read, "Lo, he will slay me, I shall not survive, nevertheless will I maintain my ways before him." But the King James Version starts this as, "Though he slay me, will I trust in him." I could not for the life of me reconcile the contradiction. But in time I realized that the irreconcilable versions were due to the differences between the beliefs and their makers. That the versions could contradict each other precisely because they are not statements of fact, but expressions of attitudes. Ever since, I have held that we all live by faith, live so because we must, not because we wish. Our existence is the workings of personal beliefs, which are the present substance of the goods we hope for, the present evidence of the goods we do not see. Thus each of us lives as an act of faith, as an attitude toward change and chance and necessity. Naturally, there must be more beliefs and more diverse beliefs than there are people. This is why what people believe in matters less than how they believe in it. For how they believe witnesses the quality of their devotion to what? Very many beliefs are but expedients of struggle and adjustment, but the basic ones are the few on which the believer bets his life. You bet your life on somewhat when you freely work for it, fight for it, and if needs must, die for it. Now, in my 70th year, I am asked, what have I bet my life on? Pondering the answer, I find that above all else, I believe in equal liberty for every person to believe, to change his beliefs, to tell his beliefs, and in reason as the one method by which this equality of all believers is most reliably confirmed and advanced. I believe that democracy is the free orchestration of mankind's equal liberty, that progress is their teamwork, that peace is their reciprocal guarantees. I believe in reason as that which orchestration, progress, and peace consummate, and I believe in this consummation as the common goal for all who learn as I have learned, that whoever claims freedom to choose his own faith must grant his neighbors equal freedom to choose. I believe that such reciprocity renders each person a contributor to collective security for the equal liberty of every person. True, mankind are everywhere more disposed to secure their own freedoms by attacking others. The world, George Santayana observed, is full of conscript minds. Only they are in different armies, and nobody is fighting to be free, but each to make his own conscription universal. Now, to bet one's life on equal liberty for everybody as the goal, and on reason as the going to this goal, is to enlist in a lasting war against all such conscriptions. It is to live by a fighting faith in the freedom which Job bet his life on when he challenged the justice of the Almighty, and the Almighty justified him.
They're the beliefs of Dr. Horace M. Callan of New York. He is a distinguished scholar and author.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a flash of a knife and a woman's scream, and ended up with a new kind of love and a woman's tears.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
You ever notice how when the sun goes down, the chemistry of the whole earth starts a new reaction? The flowers close with the shop doors, sunshine leaves town with the buses, and the birds settle down like the dust covers on the department store counters. At night, perfume replaces the flowers, neon takes up the task of the sun, and the birds that take flight are the hearts of people looking for love and the good tomorrow. Someone said the night is a mantle that covers the weary and a cave of excitement for the adventuresome. He forgot to add that the night is also a mask for the evil. I was out making my rounds, covering my beat for a story. I talked with a boot-black here, a hat-check girl there, a head waiter or two, assorted cabbies, and came up with nothing but a few shreds of scandal that were better left unreported. When I turned onto Harding Street, there was a story for me, ready-made. But it was a story I was sorry I had to report. A woman was lying on the sidewalk with a frightened look in her eyes. The shoulder of her dress was ripped open, and there was a red stain growing on her side. I walked up to the edge of the crowd that seemed to pour out of nowhere, and I pushed my way through. I'm from the press, Charlie.
Oh, hello, Randy. Didn't look at your face.
What happened, Charlie?
Said she was waiting for a taxi. There were 3 or 4 people with her. Before she knew... Yeah. Try to lie quietly, will you, lady? It'll be better. Now you know. The 14th case like this in 3 weeks.
Yeah, I know all about him. They call him the Slasher. Like a good newspaper man should, I got the names, the places, the what, why, and how, and then I phoned them in. Whoever did it moved into the darkness so fast nobody could get a good look at him. And the man the whole police force had tried to find for 3 weeks had come and gone like a vampire phantom. And another woman, they were always women, lay on the ground wounded. The whole thing disgusted me, and after the police had cleared things up, I went into Mike Creshaw's place for something cold to take the hot, dry taste out of my mouth.
Yeah, wouldn't that curdle your hair?
Yeah?
Right on this very street. I'd like to get my hands on that screwball. Just one hand. I'd fix him so he wouldn't be able to cut paper dolls.
I hope they catch him soon.
Why don't you newspaper men do something? You got the power in this town.
Well, nobody knows what he looks like, where he comes from, or where he goes. What would you do if you were a newspaper reporter?
Well, now that you mention it, I don't know. But sometime, somewhere, they're going to catch him. And things are going very bad with this gent. Very bad indeed. Here, let me put a head on it.
Thank you. Mike, tell me, where'd you get those new murals on the walls?
All right, huh? Hey, we had them done just last week. The place looks like a magazine cover, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And look at those legs.
Who did them?
Oh, some joker named Rick. Rick Bennett. Works over at the Hofbrau now. I got him the job. Me.
That's pretty good-looking art for a bar.
Hey, you owed us a tab. We let him pay it off that way.
What's the matter with the face of that girl, the one on the right?
Hey, you know, I've been wondering about that myself. I think he must have made a mistake somewhere. What do you think?
Maybe he did make a mistake.
Yeah, but look at that shape.
Rick Bennett at the Hofbrau, huh?
That's the guy. Does sketching.
Thank you, Mike. I'll see you later. I didn't tell Mike what I was really thinking because it sounded too far-fetched to be true. But that mistake on her face looked to me like a scar. Why would a guy paint a scar on a beautiful woman's face? I dropped into the Hofbrau to get a look at this Rick Bennett. He was sitting in a corner booth with a pad of sketching paper, some charcoal, and some pastels. None of them were busy. I walked over. How much does a sketch cost?
$1.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a deal. Here's your buck.
Caricature or serious?
Oh, serious. I'm going to give this to my girl.
Don't waste your time. Turn your head, will you? A little more. Okay.
You been around here long?
3 weeks.
Been here all night?
Just came in 10 minutes ago.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. I'm an orphan. I got 3 teeth missing. I was a shot put champion in high school, and my favorite food is liver and onions. Anything else?
No, not right now. He finished the picture in a few minutes. Without a word, he handed it to me. It was a perfect and talented reproduction, except for one thing. Down the left side of my face was a long, jagged scar.
It's my trademark. Want your buck back?
No, not especially. This is the strangest trademark I ever heard of. And the reporter hears of a lot of strange things.
What? Hey, you a newspaper man?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, give me the sketch. Yeah. There. It's clean. No scar. And here's your $1 back. This one's free.
Oh, thank you. I get this preferential treatment just because I'm a reporter?
That's right. If I'm going to ask a favor of somebody, I have to use better manners. If you don't mind, I thought maybe you could help me.
What's your problem?
I came here looking for a girl. Yeah. Ever seen her?
No.
Her name is Selma Vasek. She's beautiful. Too beautiful for her own good. She sings and dances a little.
Well, I don't dance.
Well, maybe you've been in a nightclub somewhere and she danced by.
Can't seem to place her.
It's the most important thing in the world that I find this girl. Being a reporter, you get around. You should know a lot of people.
I do, but I'm afraid she isn't one of them.
Selma's somewhere in Chicago. I know it. I'm not leaving this town until I find her.
All right, calm down. Why do you want to find her?
You ever hear of love? You know, boy meets girl. We had a little quarrel. Boy loses girl. She left. But I want to see her and make it all up to her.
Got an extra copy of her picture?
I've got hundreds of them. I can give them to you in watercolors and oils and tempera and pastels and mud, plaster, or blood.
And if I happen to see her?
You tell her Rick Bennett, the love of her life, is looking for him. And Rick Bennett hasn't forgotten and that he's got something for her.
There was something about his recent appearance in town and his morbid interest in scarred flesh that made me creep a little along the spine. It seemed to me that for her own good, I might be wise to look up the girl whose name on the picture read Selma Vasic. But where do you start in a city of 5 million with just a picture and a suspicion? And I remembered Bennett had said Selma Vasic was a dancer. I knew nightclub entertainers got jobs through agents, so I began looking up every agent I could find at that hour. On my 12th one, little Al O'Brien, I got a nibble.
And now it seems to me, Randy, if you dyed this hair brunette and plucked those eyebrows a little and starved this girl for a few weeks, she'd be a dead ringer for a dame in the floor show at the Blue Marlin.
Are you sure?
Oh, of course, you'd have to change the name, too. The dame at the Blue Marlin is called Honey Kane.
The Blue Marlin was 5 minutes from Little Al's by cab, and I journeyed over. It was a drab joint needing paint and a new B in the sign and better liquor. I cased the chorus once, spotted Honey Kane, and went in the stage door. I caught her just coming off the floor.
All right, one side, Buster.
Selma.
My name is Honey Kane.
Didn't it used to be Selma Vasic?
Go on, stop bothering me before I call some of the boys.
All right, maybe I made a mistake, honey, but if you are Selma Vasic, I have a message from Rick Bennett.
What connection do you have with Rick Bennett?
Not much.
All right, come on, here, in the prop room. I want to talk. All right. So I'm Selma Vasic. Now, who are you and what's with Rick Bennett?
I'm with the Chicago Star. My name is Randy Stone. I met Rick tonight. He said he was looking for you. I was lucky enough to find you.
I hope he's never that lucky. Listen, that guy is crazy. He's been following me from one city to another for 3 years. Never catching me, but always following.
You know him?
Yeah, we grew up in the same neighborhood. He fell in love with me when he was 5 years old. I was 4. Yeah, laugh. I don't blame you.
Well, I fell in love when I was 3.
I did all my dating with Rick until I was 17. Then I went for another guy. Alfred Dimitri, his name was. One day, Dimitri ran his car into a tree. I was in it, and my head went right through the windshield. That was the last I saw of Dimitri. But Rick stuck by me. I was months recovering. I never did kill him.
You'll be all right, Selma. Honest, you will. You'll be okay.
I won't. Look at me. I look like an old witch, one side of my face slashed open with an ugly scar.
It doesn't make any difference. People love you for what you are.
Love me? People won't even look at me. Oh, Ricky, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I might as well kill myself.
Don't say that, Selma. I meant it when I said it won't make any difference to me. I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. I'll always take care of you. I love you like nobody else could.
Oh, Rick. Rick, please be nice to me, please.
Oh, don't worry any more about that scar, Selma. If it's the last thing I do in this world, I'll fix it. I promise you.
Kept his word, because as far as I can see, the scar's completely removed from your face.
Oh, there isn't a trace of it left. Look at me. I'm supposed to be a beautiful girl.
You are?
Don't make fun of me. You know how I lost the scar? Ricky worked like he never worked in his life. For 16 months, he sweated over his first important oil painting to enter into a competition. He was poor and hungry and couldn't even buy enough oils. And he won the competition, $5,000.
And that was the money that fixed your face?
It took every cent.
It was quite a sacrifice.
Rick never had another success. He just went on struggling, and I couldn't stand it anymore.
Couldn't stand watching him suffer or never having anything for yourself.
Why lie? He was mostly not having anything myself. Guys were beginning to look at me in that sweet way all over town, and all of a sudden I knew how to get money. Get up on the stage, behind the lights, become a rich, famous star. So I threw Rick over and left town. He's been chasing me ever since.
You wouldn't consider going back to it?
Go back to him, me? What have I got to bring him now? I'm not the same girl he was in love with. I haven't got the scar on my face anymore. I've got it inside. I'm another person. And the names for it aren't very nice. When he sees what I've turned out to be, I think he might want to kill me.
You really think that, Selma?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Selma, would you rather I didn't tell Rick where you are?
I'll pray for you every night if you don't tell him.
All right, it's your life. I took it slow and thoughtful back to the Hofbrau. Rick was strange and Selma was strange, and the whole world seemed tortured at the moment. I guess I should never have poked into their lives, but I couldn't escape the feeling that there was something about Rick Bennett that bore looking into. At the Hofbrau, they said he went home to his rooming house. I went there.
Oh, Stone, a newspaper bug. What are you doing here?
May I come in?
Sure. You want another portrait?
No. I think you know why I'm here, Bennett.
Yeah. I don't suppose you had any luck.
As a matter of fact, I did. I found her just like that.
You found Selma? Selma, you found her? Well, where is she? Come on. Well, come on. Where is she?
I can't tell you.
Can't tell me after I've been looking for months and months for her? Well, come on. Spit it out, will you? Don't waste time.
If you'll sit down and be quiet, I'll tell you about it.
You tell me about it right now, or I'll tear you inside out.
This is going to get you nowhere.
Talk. Talk! I'll break every bone you have.
Now, you want to get up and talk sense now?
All right. Don't tell me. I never needed anybody before. I don't need anybody now. All right, don't tell me. I'll find her myself. When I do, she'll wish she never saw me.
Put down that knife, Bennett.
Yeah? You come within a foot of me, reporter. You'll be sliced in half now. Get away from that door. Go on, move!
He ran out of the room, the knife still in his hand, and his face a picture of twisted madness. And as he closed the door, for the first time I noticed the room was filled with dozens of pictures of Selma Bassett. And every one of them had a long, jagged scar painted on the face. I realized at last what I didn't want to. Rick Bennett was the slasher.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Tonight marks the return of Duffy's Tavern. The welcome mat is out at Duffy's, and your host will be the ungrammatical Archie, played by Ed Gardner. As usual, Duffy won't be there, but he'll be represented by his charming daughter, Miss Duffy. Clifton Finnegan and Eddie the waiter also will be on hand to join in the mischief with Archie. It's top Friday evening listening later tonight with Duffy's Tavern over most of these NBC stations. And a reminder, this Sunday on NBC, it's The Big Show, an hour and a half of the best in comedy, music, and drama. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
As I stood in Rick Bennett's miserable room looking at the scarred picture of Selma Bassett everywhere, my first fear that he was going to run right out and find her disappeared after a little thought. Rick Bennett had no way of knowing where I'd interviewed her. I didn't think he should be running around the streets with a knife in his hand, so I called the police.
Central Division, Sergeant Friends.
Sergeant, my name is Randy Stone. I'm with the Chicago Star. Can you take something down? Height, about 5'11". Weight, about 170. Late 20s. Hair, black. Eyes, gray, I think. The last seen wearing a dark blue suit, no hat, no gloves. His name is Richard Bennett. He's the slasher. He's the slasher. I just tangled with him, and he was carrying a knife. Also, I ran into him 2 blocks from where a woman was slashed tonight, and also, I've talked with him long enough to think that he thinks he's got a good reason for slashing people.
Who'd you say this was?
Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
You sober?
Yes.
Where does this Bennett guy live?
Well, he used to live where I'm calling from now, but I don't think he'll be back here.
Okay, Stone, thanks for the tip-off. We'll get an all points out on him right away. Shouldn't be hard to pick him up.
After that, I jumped into my car and headed for the Blue Marlin to have another interview with Honey Kane, alias Selma Vasic. The neons were out when I got there, but a grizzly old man with a red face was mopping the floor.
Everybody's gone home, mister. Open again 5 tomorrow afternoon. Come back then. We'll really be twirling then.
Look, Pop, I'm trying to get a hold of one of the girls in the show.
Who isn't? And who you calling Pop?
All right.
If I could land something better than mopping floors, I'd want to get a hold of one of them myself.
Oh, please. Look, her name is Honey Kane. Do you know her?
Sure. I do it up in my tails and haul out my Cadillac and take her out champagne drinking every night. Go on, Peter. I got my mopping to do.
Where can I find out where she lives? I've got to get in touch with her.
Try Julius. He knows those things.
Julius?
Stage manager. Real short, yellow-livered guy. He don't let me stand in the wings and watch the last show. Wouldn't hurt him nothing doing that.
Yeah. Where can I find him?
In the hobnob across the street. Being a big shot.
I found Julius across the street being a big shot. It was intermission for the little orchestra that was playing there, and he was standing behind the vibroharp playing lost chords. A bored bartender and a drunk passed out in an empty booth were his audience. Nobody looked up when I came in, most of all Julius, but he did answer me.
Yeah, I'm Julius.
I just came from the Blue Marlin. The janitor there said you could help me.
Yeah? He's a dirty old man.
I'm trying to locate one of the girls in your show.
A lot of people are, brother. Now, why don't you...
I would all through that with the janitor. I don't want to go through it with you. Now, my name is Stone. I'm a reporter. I'm on a story. I want to talk to Honey Kane. Do you have her address?
Yeah, Mr. Reporter on a story. I got her address. But I ain't handing it out to you. You talk too smart. You move too quick. And you're sort of a jerk. I just don't like you.
And I don't like you, mister. Well, I want that address and I'm going to get it. How I get it's up to you.
Wait a minute.
Tell me where Honey Kane lives and make it fast.
All right. Let go of me. Got a book. Keep it on me all the time. I always know what you guys who go prancing around for dames want to know.
Come on, get it out.
I don't need to. I remember hers.
Yeah?
1312 Commodore, apartment 16C. Honey never gave me no tumble. But you guys must be doing some good, huh? Hey, she'll get around to me before...
What guys?
You're the second one been around here asking for Honey tonight.
Who else was asking?
A wise guy just like you. Came in 15 minutes ago. He talked smart, too, and was sort of a jerk. But he wasn't with no newspaper. His name was Bennett.
Rick Bennett. Where's the phone? When Rick Bennett had run from his room with a knife in his hand, I didn't think he had any way of locating Selma Vasic, but I'd underestimated his ability to trace my steps. Maybe it was because he'd been looking for her such a long time he knew the ins and outs. Anyhow, he was on the right track and she was in danger. I phoned back to Central Division and told him the whole setup, and then I went over to the address Julius gave me. Her room was in the back on the 3rd floor. 2 uniformed policemen were already there inspecting the ripped bedspread and the slashed furniture. Selma was nowhere in sight.
I'm Sergeant Knight. You the guy who phoned in about this?
Yeah, that's right.
If he's on foot, he ought to be somewhere around the neighborhood.
Now, what do you figure?
Came up here, took her with him, maybe. I don't know. You can never tell what this kind will do until they do it. We need a description on her. Can you fill it in?
Well, about 5'4", dyed blonde hair, 100 pounds, 25 maybe.
Anything else?
Yeah, she might be wearing a slash like all her pictures.
Where can I get those?
Rick Bennett's rooming house. Here's the address.
Charlie.
Yeah, Tom.
You better hop to this address and pick up some pictures of the girl. And get out a pickup on her as soon as you have a good description.
Right. See you.
Okay, Stone. Thanks. We'll give you a buzz when we pick him up. Or her up, or something. You'll want the story.
Yes, I'll want the story, Sergeant. I suppose I wanted the story. I don't know how I felt. Maybe I was seeing things like Slasher Found, art student revenges himself, prodigal sweetheart. It wasn't a story for the papers. It was a case history for a psychologist, something that had come under traumatic shock and the byproduct of sadism. It was 4:30 in the morning, and I didn't like the story or the night or the people, so I went home to my own apartment to get away from everything.
Hello, Mr. Stone. I didn't know where else to go.
I didn't get away from anything. It was Selma Vassick, without makeup, without coat, and without hope. She looked pretty well shaken. How did you get in here?
I called the paper and told him I had a story for you. They gave me your address. Then I woke the manager and told him I was your sister.
Sister, huh? That's a good one.
Yeah, I know I don't look like anybody's sister. But I had to come somewhere. Why did you tell Rick where I was?
I didn't tell him. I don't know how he found out.
I was just coming up the stairs to my place when I saw him on the landing. I turned around and came here. Let me stay here for a while, then I'll go away.
He's out looking for you.
I'm scared of him. I'm scared to death.
Well, you ought to be scared. Right down to your double-dealing roots, you ought to be scared. The boy loved you once with everything he had and every way he could. Look what you made him. Look what you did to him.
I know it.
Yeah, all because of you. He was probably a nice kid once with nice, normal, warm feelings. Now they might have to shoot him down before they bring him in. If they get him without that, he'll have to be trotted off to the state institution to see if they can pin him back together again. What did you come here for?
I came here because you're the only man. The only man who's ever talked nice to me since Rick. I guess I better go.
No, stay. I'll phone the police and tell them you're safe. You can't go out now. There's a chance you'd run into him before they pick him up.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sure. You want a drink?
No, thanks.
Well, I do.
Stone!
It's Ricky.
Oh, brother.
Let me in! Let me in, Stone! Let me in!
Look, there's a phone. There's a phone in the next room. Dial O. Talk low. Tell the police.
He'll kill me.
Stay in that room. Lock the door. Keep quiet. Go on.
All right, I'll go.
All right, just a minute. Oh, hello, Rick. Now, you've had a big night.
Where is she, Stone? Where's Summer?
I thought you went out looking for her.
I did, and believe it or not, I found out where she works and where she lives, but she isn't at any of those places.
Oh, that's too bad. Have a drink.
Listen to me, wise guy. You phoned her or warned her that I was after her, and you know where she's hiding. Now tell me. Tell me where she is, Stone, or I'll carve you up.
The same knife I'd seen him grab from the table in his room was still in his hand. This time it looked about 3 feet long and several shades shinier. He held it waist level, cupped in his right hand, and he walked toward me. I didn't know whether to take a chance and try to get at him or stand my ground and try to argue him out of it. Either way, he was a madman. He had a knife, and he looked like he was going to use it.
Ricky, stop it.
What? Selma.
I'm the one you want, not Mr. Stone. He's never done anything to you. I'm the one who's hurt you.
Selma, use your head.
You shut up, Stone. She's right. Come here, Selma. You've changed. Your eyes are tired. You're different.
Yeah,
You're
Ricky.
different.
Yeah, I'm different.
But you're still you. I used to love you, Selma. Now I hate the sight of your pretty face. Pretty face.
Pretty face? Do you call this pretty?
Yeah. It's still pretty enough.
Stop it, both of you.
Let him go, Mr. Stone. I deserve it. Well, Ricky?
Yeah. You deserve it, Selma, and you...
Well, go ahead, Ricky. There's nothing anyhow. Nothing.
I can't, Selma. I can't do it. I've looked for you all this time. I've wanted you so much. And hated you so much for the thing you did to me. I can't. I can't, Selma. I still love you.
Well, that did it. I've run into some weird ones in my time, but this was the topper. I put in a call to police headquarters. The same people answered.
Central Division, Sergeant France.
Sergeant Randy Stone again. I got your boy for you. He's in my apartment. The address is...
We're drunk.
What? Hey, what is this?
We picked up the slasher a half hour ago. And, brother, your description. He's blonde, short, wore a light suit and drove a tan convertible. Sleep it off, Stone.
But I tell you, I got him right here. He almost slashed...
Almost. Yeah. We caught our guy doing a job.
But...
Sleep it off, Stone. Good night.
That's how mistakes almost happen. But that isn't all. A psychiatrist examined Rick Bennett. He prescribed love, affection, honesty, and rest. He said it might take a long time. And Selma Bassick said she didn't have anything to do for the next 50 or 60 years. So the last I saw of the two of them, they were looking around for a preacher. Me, I looked around for a moral. I hate to say it, but I can't think of anything else. A definition of love. Love is so close to hate, and hate is so close to love, that if you find yourself hating someone you love, you're liable to love someone you hate. That makes sense? Love never does, people. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced, edited, and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by E. Jack Newman and John Michael Hayes, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Rick Bennett was played by Jeff Corey. Selma was Joan Banks. Others in tonight's cast were Sid Miller, Nestor Paiva, Jerry Hausner, and Lou Krugman. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Breakthrough, co-starring with David Bryan and John Agar. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Frank Lovejoy. Tonight ends our present cycle of Night Beat. In the very near future, we're hoping to be back on the air with a new series. Would you watch your local paper for the time and date? And meanwhile, if you've enjoyed our stories as much as we've enjoyed bringing them to you, perhaps we'll hear from you. Until then, good night.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun and laughs with the chimes tonight when Duffy's Tavern returns to the air. As usual, Duffy won't be around, but Archie, played by Ed Gardner, will definitely be on hand to spread his doubtful advice where it does the most damage. And, of course, Archie's colleagues in comedy, Miss Duffy, Clifton Finnegan, and Eddie the Waiter will be there. And a reminder, for Mystery, it's The Man Called X on Saturday nights. Stay tuned for Monty Woolley as the Magnificent Montague on NBC.
This I believe. Dr. Howard B. Jefferson is the president of Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts. A native of Norwalk, Ohio, he has devoted his life to the education of the young people of several generations. He was once an athletic coach, then a professor of philosophy, and now a college president. Hear now the creed that has guided Dr. Howard Jefferson in his work.
An important part of my faith is a profound belief in the possibilities of human nature. For me, this belief is neither vague nor merely general. It is a very definite and specific belief, shaped by many years of working with college students. In nearly all periods of history, members of the older generation have been severely critical of the younger. In the 1920s, college youth were attacked by their elders for flouting Victorian morals, for ushering in the jazz age. I was a student myself immediately following World War I, and became a teacher before the decade closed. I recall that behind the facade of the Roaring Twenties, many of us shared with our parents and teachers a concern over the loss of the older values. We were trying to find our way in an uncharted world. The subsequent careers of many of these students served to confirm the trust I accorded them at the time. In the 1930s, the students were criticized for their irresponsible radicalism. I am sure, however, that there was much less radicalism than is usually reported, and that even among those who entertained radical opinions, there were few who were guilty of treachery. During that period, a group of students, holding unorthodox opinions, asked me to lead them in a series of discussions. I found that most of them were motivated by genuine human sympathy and by an honest desire to find the best way of organizing our social and economic life. But the most striking example of the way in which college students can be maligned was found in those months immediately preceding our entry into World War II. Time and again I heard it said that our youngsters were soft, that they believed in nothing, that they could not be counted on to defend their country. We all know how the action of our young men belied this judgment. When I said farewell to the first group of students to leave the campus for combat duty, I knew that they did not have the same spirit of lofty idealism that animated their fathers 30 years earlier. But they did see the need of doing an unpleasant job, and they acted with loyalty and distinction. My experience with students during these decades is the basis for my belief in the possibilities of human nature. And yet my belief is not a romantically optimistic one. I hold it in the context of a realistic appraisal of human nature. I am aware that man is not always good. He can also be perverse, narrowly selfish, and sadistically cruel. A valid belief in man must take account of human weakness and human evil. But my trust is not destroyed by an awareness of these realities. A varied experience in dealing with people has led me to rediscover the essential truth in the Christian view of man. Man is essentially good because he has been created in the divine image. But man frequently, even habitually, subverts his essential nature and limits his attention to selfish aims. His perverted attitude and behavior form the empirical ground for the doctrine of the fall. Yet no matter how debased he becomes, there is always the possibility of his redemption. It is within this framework, man created in the image of God, man fallen, and man redeemed, that the full truth of the human situation can be seen, and that there is a real basis for my belief in human possibilities.
That was Dr. Howard B. Jefferson, the president of Clark University. His faith in the potentialities of human nature has been a guiding force in his life work.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
All right, Shamus, hand it over. Let's have it.
Have what?
I ain't got time to play games. This time you got to believe me. This time I'm unhappy, so hand it over.
You're not making it very easy.
I'm going to make it a lot tougher.
How much tougher can things get?
You'd be surprised. I've waited a long time for this.
Well, I guess everything comes to he who waits.
You won't have to wait anymore. You know something? I don't mind killing you at all.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, homicide made easy. With us, it's the corpse that counts.
Oh, I just don't think I'll ever get used to it.
Hi, Helen.
Hi. What are you doing?
Right now, nothing. But I've been considering a few push-ups or something just to keep my heart going. I've been sitting behind this desk so long my blood doesn't circulate anymore. It just lies around in puddles.
Oh, Nick.
Morning, Mr. Diamond.
No, hold it a second, honey. Morning, Phil.
Who's Phil?
The postman.
Oh.
Special delivery for you. Return receipt on it. Here, sign right here.
Sure. Okay, there you are, Phil.
Okay. See you later, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah.
Rick?
Yeah, yes, dear?
Well, what is it? Well, what does the postman want?
Well, I wanted to give me a letter.
Oh?
Special delivery. From the City Hall.
Oh, must be important. What does it say?
Let's see. It says, Mr. Richard Diamond, address, so on and so forth. Oh, yeah. Dear sir, you are hereby notified that under the laws of this state, you can be called... Oh, for Pete's sake.
Well, what's the matter?
Of all the rotten...
Oh, stop making noises and tell me what's wrong.
You know what this stupid letter is about?
I've been trying to find out.
I, honey, have got to report to the police commission and get examined.
Oh, Rick, have you caught something?
Dear, in this state, the commission can call in any private detective and give him a test to find out whether or not he can still qualify to keep on operating.
You mean they give you a test like in school?
You're darn right. Oh, and it says here I've got to appear today.
Well, what if you you don't?
Well, I lose the bond I had to post when I took out my license.
Oh, Rick, you better get right down there.
Oh, and here's something else that's real cute. Guess where I have to take the test?
Walt's precinct. Has to be.
Yeah, aren't they the little devils? Report to Lieutenant Walter Levinson, 5th Precinct, homicide.
What time, Rick?
Time? 10 minutes ago.
Oh, bye, Rick.
It was 10 after 11 when I hung up on Helen. It was 12 after when I hit the street. The 5th Precinct was a good 10 blocks away, and I was bounding into the squad room by 11:18. Needless to say, it put a horrible strain on several unused ligaments. 4 or 5 boys in my charming profession were there ahead of me.
Well, boys, it looks like the commission's serious this time. When they start dragging in their pets, namely one Richard Diamond, you can bet the heads are going to start rolling.
What did the heads do start rolling, Romero? You got a spare?
That's very...
Hey, Shamus, you're late.
Well, Sergeant Otis, do you need a shave, or you been sleeping with your head on a porcupine?
I ain't got no time for your crummy jokes, Diamond. Take a seat and wait your turn.
Thank you, Otis.
By the by, you're the last on the list.
That figured.
Yeah, take a seat, Diamond. Last on the list, huh? Looks like you don't swing as much weight as you thought you did.
At least now I can understand the reason for this examination.
Oh, you can, huh?
Sure. Guys like you, Romero, would make it necessary to clean up any organization.
Oh, I take it you don't think I'm a credit to the profession, huh, Diamond?
Take it any way you like, but stick with the first guess.
Oh, what's the matter, Rick? Maybe I'm taking some of your business away, huh?
Look, Romero, the kind of business you handle would keep me buying too much disinfectant. And as long as you're asking what's wrong, I'll tell you 2 things.
Yeah?
You're a lousy detective, and you'd burn your grandmother if there was enough money in it.
Oh, okay. What's the second beef, Ricky?
You just said it. You want to talk to me, it's Mr. Diamond. You slip again, I'll put your jaw in a position so you won't forget.
Is that right?
Oh, get out of my way, Romero.
Oh, sure, Mr. Diamond.
Hey, Rick, can I see you a minute?
Yeah, by all means, see your friends and have a good talk about me.
What is it, Alan?
I just thought you might be more comfortable over here. I would have called you sooner. I was kind of hoping you might lay one on Romero.
Oh, I'd love to bust his face up. There's just no excuse for him.
Okay, so we all got our bonds to worry about. Relax. You got a long wait.
Okay, Diamond, it's your turn now.
Not really.
Go on in. Sorry you had to wait so long.
Thank you, Sergeant Otis. You're very kind. If I'd waited any longer, I'd have been numb. And don't ask me where.
Now, come in, Rick. Bring your slate pencil.
Yeah.
Sit down, Mr. Diamond.
In a nice, soft chair? Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't do that, Lieutenant. I've gotten so used to that bench outside, sort of grown to fit it, you might say.
Oh, now, Rick, I'm sorry, but there was nothing I could do about it.
Mr. Diamond, Lieutenant. Huh?
Oh, yeah. I hear you've been giving that to a lot of people lately. Otis tells me you and Pat Romero had some kind of discussion along those lines.
Why doesn't the government stick Otis out on the beach somewhere and use him for radar? Let him look for flying saucers.
Rick, there's no sense in acting like a child.
The name is Diamond.
Since when?
Since 2 hours of solid sitting, Lieutenant.
Okay, Mr. Diamond. Unfortunately, the commission set this thing up, Mr. Diamond. I had nothing to do with it, Mr. Diamond. As for your waiting, there's enough hard feelings about your relations with this department. If I put you at the head of the list, Mr. Diamond...
shut up.
Lieutenant.
Mr. Diamond.
Mr. Diamond.
That's better.
It certainly is. Here's the first half of the examination paper. You'll get the second half later. Write the answers to these questions.
How long have I got?
Take your time. Still mad?
Yeah.
Oh.
So for the next 30 minutes, I wrote. I wrote, and Walt stewed. It was something I could always count on with Walt, and being my best friend, he never had been able to get used to it. I looked up and caught him a couple of times, looking out of the corner of his eye to make sure I was getting them right. Don't misunderstand, Walt would never give me the answers. He'd just cough or blow his nose or something to show me I wasn't on the right track. Oh. Aye, aye, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Mr. Diamond.
Am I finished?
You most certainly are not. Like the others before you, Mr. Diamond, you will have to solve, to my complete satisfaction, a hypothetical case of homicide. And then come back here and fill in the second half of the examination.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Walt. I did that in police school.
It's oh, for Pete's sake, Lieutenant.
Oh, all right.
One moment, Mr. Diamond. I'll get the man who's going to give you the test. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Oh, no.
Would you mind coming in here and taking Mr. Diamond down to the basement?
He's ready for the test, huh?
Yes, Sergeant. He's ready.
Now, there's a dummy in that room there, Diamond.
You sure leave yourself wide open, Otis.
Thanks. Now the dummy, or in this case, the victim, has been murdered. You will go in and try to solve the murder to the best of your ability. If you are intelligent and observing, you will locate the necessary clues which have been placed about the room. Go on in.
How long have I got, Sergeant?
30 minutes, starting now. Go ahead in.
Otis! Otis!
Oh, now come on, Shamus. You ain't going to tell me you solved it already.
No, Otis, I ain't. But there's something I think you should know.
Yeah, what?
There are 2 victims in this room. And I hate to be the one to tell you, but I'm afraid one of them isn't really a dummy.
What do you mean?
One of them is a body, and it's very dead. Get the lieutenant. Well, there you are, Walt. Pat Romero, shot through the head.
Oh, no. Shut the door, Otis.
Yeah.
And lock it. Stand in front of it. Don't let anybody in. How did this happen? How did Romero get shot in my department? Oh, what'll the commissioners say?
Lieutenant.
You shut up.
Walt, relax. Will you take it easy now?
Oh, sure. Relax. Take it easy. When the commissioner hears about this, I'll have a lot of time to relax on a beat in Flatbush.
Look, Walt.
And the newspapers. What's going to happen when they get wind of this?
Listen, Walt.
Private detective shot in lab room of 5th Precinct. Homicide. Relax. Take it easy. Sure.
Well, at least shut up long enough to hear what I've got to say.
Rick, what am I going to do?
Well, now listen to me. If we can solve this thing before anyone gets wind of it, maybe it won't be so bad.
You're right. Maybe it won't.
We'll keep this room closed up as long as possible.
Otis, if you let anyone in here, I'll personally see that you never... Where are you going, Diamond?
I'm going to Romero's office. I'll call you from there. Make a check on his body and have all the dope ready for me.
Oh, don't you worry about the dope, Rick. I've got more dope in this department than any other in the whole world. I've got the biggest. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Walt chased Otis up the wall, and I headed for Pat Romero's office. Everything was happening so fast, I didn't take time to think much past the fact that the private detective profession had taken a step in the right direction when someone retired Romero. But Walt was in a spot, and someone had broken the law, so it looked like it was up to me to try and tie things together. I got to Romero's building, went up to the 8th floor, tripped over a couple of rats having a nervous breakdown because they couldn't find their way out, found his office, opened the door, and started feeling sorry for myself right away. Oh. I never saw him. All I remember is something black and shiny in front of my face just as I hit the floor. When I tried to take a better look, the bright, shiny something kissed me right in the mouth, and I went to sleep the hard way. When I finally came around, it was like trying to tiptoe through an acre of beach balls. I stumbled a couple of times, spit out a little blood. Very little, because the way I felt, there couldn't have been too much left. When I finally got around to a normal way of thinking, I perceived 2 things. It was still daytime, and the office of one Mr. Pat Romero, deceased, was a wreck.
Fifth Precinct homicide.
Well?
Who is this first?
Oh, now, come on. This is Diamond.
Well, I thought so, but I'm not going to admit anything for a while, even my name.
Anyone find out about...
Shh. No. What did you find out?
Well, I walked into his office and got my brains scattered.
By whom?
By whom? I don't know. I wish I did. I have a very sore head.
Well, Romero was shot all right, but we can't find the bullet.
Well, it's not a very big room.
We'll find it, but in the meantime, here's something else. Romero had $10,000 in cash on him. New bills.
Go ahead.
That's all we've come up with so far. We'll have more to go on when we find that bullet.
Well, maybe it's still in him.
Went clean through. Messed up his pretty patent leather haircut.
What?
What do you mean, what? I said the bullet...
Oh, never mind, Walt. Bless your little pointed head. You just gave me an idea.
About what?
About the guy who worked me over a little while ago.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah. Hurry up and find that missing bullet. Walt had said something about patent leather when he referred to Romero's greasy hairdo. That was all I needed. It opened a door someplace, and there, sitting with its legs crossed, was the biggest hunch I've ever seen. And it was wearing patent leather shoes. The only guy I could think of who would know a man like Romero and still wear patent leather shoes in the afternoon was a local gambler with a reputation as a fashion plate, monocle, striped trousers, and always the patent leather shoes. In fact, that's where he got his nickname, the Patent Leather Kid. This was a small clue, and I knew it, but one thing was in my favor. Anyone who would tear up Romero's office and kick me in the face had to be a bad little boy, and the Patent Leather Kid was typecasting. The kid's real name was Amos Fletcher, and he ran a small club over on 14th Street.
Oh, I'm sorry, my friend, but the... Well...
Hello, Fletcher.
I was going to say I'm sorry, my friend, but the place isn't open until 6.
I got a few questions.
Come back at 6.
Fletcher, I'm a little unhappy right about now. You answer the questions like a good boy, or I'll kick you all over the place.
You mind if I call a few of my boys to watch?
If you like. Tell them I got a .38 under my arm that goes off when I get excited. Got a few questions.
Come back at 6.
Fletcher, I'm a little unhappy right about now. You answer the questions like a good boy, or I'll kick you all over the place.
You mind if I call a few of my boys to watch?
If you like. Tell them I got a .38 under my arm that goes off when I get excited. Tell them I sort of lose my head when I get kicked in the mouth and don't get the answers I want. I think you better believe me.
So you got kicked in the mouth?
Yeah, by a pair of patent leather shoes, just like yours.
I had nothing to do with it.
You know a guy named Romero?
Romero? No, I don't know a guy by that name.
Where were you an hour ago?
Right here. I have a couple of friends to prove it. We were playing cards, canasta.
Okay.
I'm glad you're satisfied, Mr. Diamond.
Who said I was satisfied?
No?
Not a bit.
Well, what about this Romero?
He got himself shot.
Badly?
As bad as you can get shot.
Well, Shamus, that's a chance you boys take. Maybe Romero would have lived longer in another racket. Think about it, Shamus.
I'll think about it, Fletcher. I'll think about it a long time.
Good. Let me know what you decide.
You'll hear about it.
Homicide, 5th Precinct.
Walt, check and find out where Amos Fletcher does his banking. See if he's made any big withdrawals lately.
Patent leather kid? What's he got to do with it?
Just check.
Okay.
Now, what about the bullet? Have you found that yet?
No.
Oh, swell. Did you find anything else?
A bunch of stuff in Romero's wallet.
What?
Oh, driver's license, social security numbers, some business cards. Coming from a real estate office that might be important.
Why should it be?
A notation on the back. It says, call Miss Crockett about new lease. Date after that. Yesterday.
New lease? Romero has an office. Wonder what this new lease is.
Why don't you check? Crockett Real Estate, Lexington Avenue.
Bye.
Au revoir.
What?
Something I could... Well.
Good afternoon.
Ain't it though? Those can be before you rolled them gorgeous shoulders through that door. Sit down, Sonny. Relax. Have yourself a drink.
No, thanks. A little early in the day for me.
A little early. Well, you'll excuse me, won't you, Sonny? If it gets any later, my stomach's liable to rust. Get it?
Yeah, all over me.
What's your name, Sonny? Gotta know, if I'm going to sell you some real estate. Played football in school, Sonny? Figures. Oh, look at them shoulders.
Look, sweetheart.
Huh? What'd you say?
I said, look, sweetheart.
Oh.
Why?
No sense in raising all these goosebumps for nothing. Sweetheart, huh? Well, what can I do for you, Sonny? You want Madison Avenue at 50 cents a front foot?
Hey, that's pretty good.
You won't have a drink, Sonny?
No, thanks. I'd just like to ask you one question.
Go right ahead, Sonny. You know, I may not look it, but I'm considered one of the best real estate agents in this state.
Do you know a man named Romero?
Sure, I know him.
Did you just rent him some offices?
Yep. Signed the lease yesterday. A whole new suit of offices over on 46th Street.
46th Street? Where on 46?
Oh, right there. Say, are you a cop?
What makes you think that?
Oh, I don't know. Romero's offices are right across from the police station.
The 5th Precinct.
Sonny, you bother me. You're too nervous. Now, why don't you just sit down and get comfortable and we'll
What
talk.
building are the offices in?
Carson building on the 4th floor. But why don't you just take it easy, Sonny?
Thanks, sweetheart.
Oh, you devil, you.
Now, look, Rick, we know Romero was shot in this room while he was either sitting or kneeling.
Because a bullet entered his head at the high angle.
Yeah.
I think he was shot with a rifle, Walt.
A rifle?
Yeah, from across the street. Romero rented some new offices in the Carson building, directly opposite this building. I just saw them. Somebody tore those apart, too.
Well, I checked on Amos Fletcher. Does his banking at the National. Made a withdrawal this morning, $10,000 in new bills. Who is it?
Otis.
Come on in.
As a shamus, how did it, Lieutenant?
Walt, come here.
Yeah?
Now, look, 4th floor, Carson building, right over there. See the open window?
Yeah?
Now, if someone in one of those offices fired a rifle, and there's no bullet hole in the lower portion of the window in this room, that means it went through the open part. So Romero would have to be standing, let's say about right here.
Well, that would make the slug somewhere out in the hall.
Right.
But they would have to pass through the door. There's no hole in the door.
Hey, the door was open when me and the shamus came down here.
That's right, Walt. Let's see if we can find that bullet.
What was Romero doing down here?
Oh, he was just finishing this part of the test when I went up to get Diamond.
Hey, Walt.
Huh?
I think I got the bullet. Yeah.
Under the rug.
Yeah, you'll have to pry it out. It's in the floor pretty deep.
Okay. Who did you go after? Amos Fletcher?
That's right.
What's your proof?
Not much. It's all a guess. You know what kind of a guy Romero was.
Yeah, the worst.
Well, let's see. Romero had $10,000 in his pocket. Fletcher took out $10,000 this morning.
Sounds like blackmail.
Could be. Somebody was tearing Romero's old office apart looking for something when I broke in on him. And got a patent leather shoe in the face for my trouble.
That isn't very much to go on.
Well, how about this? I asked Fletcher if he knew Romero. He said no. But as I left, he mentioned that Romero probably got killed because, like myself, he was in the wrong racket. How did he know that?
Well, still not enough to convict him.
Would a confession do it, Grouchy?
You know darn good and well a confession is the only thing that would do it. That or find the murder weapon and prove it belongs to Fletcher.
No, you're so technical. Okay, I'm going back to the office. Give me about 10 minutes and have Otis call Fletcher.
Oh? Have Otis call Fletcher?
Oh, not as Sergeant Otis. Just have him call and give Fletcher a friendly tip. From the way those two offices were torn up, it's my guess that Fletcher hasn't found what he's looking for yet. Just tell him I found it.
Found what?
Well, found anything. You don't have to be specific.
Who said I was going to be?
Going to be what, you mallet head?
Specific.
You don't even know what it means.
It means precisely formulated or restricted.
Huh?
Oh, here, I got the bullet out of the floor, Lieutenant.
Bye, Walt. I left the precinct and headed back for Broadway in my office on the corner of 53rd. I knew that Amos Fletcher, the patent leather kid, was the boy we wanted. But whether or not he'd fall for the gag was a matter of luck. Luck is a big part of my business. So I went to my office and sat down behind my desk to wait. In case Amos Fletcher showed up, I wanted to be sure to be able to hold up my end of the conversation. So I took out my .38 and put it across my knees. Diamond Detective Agency. If you've slaughtered a dozen, no difference to me. 1 or 50, it's the same old fee.
What kind of a remark is that, Shamus?
What kind of remark did it sound like, Sergeant?
I ain't got time to answer that. I called Fletcher.
Good. What did you tell him?
Well, I was pretty good, as a matter of fact. I disguised my voice like this, and I says, Amos Fletcher, and he says, yeah. So I says, just a little tip I thought you might want to know about. Richard Diamond has got that which you has been looking for. He found it in Romero's new offices. How was that, Shamus?
Brilliant change of voice.
You think it'll work?
Put down the phone.
You hear me, Shamus? You think it'll work?
Hang it up.
Hey, Diamond!
Oh, that's better. All right, Chalmers, let's have it.
Have what?
I haven't got time to play games. This time you've got to believe me. This time I'm unhappy, so hand it over.
You're making it pretty tough, Fletcher.
I'm going to make it a lot tougher.
Oh. Oh, now, isn't that a pretty big gun to be carrying around?
It's a little big, sure, but it does everything I want it to.
Mm-hmm. A German Schmeischer, isn't it?
That's right.
Put a stock on it, and you could shoot it like a rifle.
I'm going to count 3, and then I'm just going to shoot it. Now, why don't you be smart and give me the stuff? Let it ring.
Well, it might be a paying client.
It might. Let it ring.
You shot Pat Romero from his new offices across the street from the 5th Precinct, didn't you, Fletcher?
Is that what you say?
Yeah. What was he doing, blackmailing you? You gave him $10,000 sometime today.
You know, you're talking yourself right into a long box.
Why did you shoot him in a police station?
I paid him the $10,000 and he handed me the stuff, and I thought it was a McCoy. I went back to my office and started checking through this stuff. That phone's going to bother me.
There. You checked the stuff back in your office and you found out it was phony. You got worried, went back to Romero's offices. He wasn't there. He was across the street in the 5th Precinct. You spotted him through the window and shot him.
That's right, Chalmers. I saw him talking to a cop and figured he might be spilling his guts. I waited until the cop left and I nailed him. Now give me the stuff.
You'll have to believe me, Fletcher. I haven't got it.
Don't give me that. I got a tip.
Sure you did. That was Sergeant Otis from Homicide.
You're crazy.
Am I? He said,
just a little tip. I thought maybe you might want to know about. Richard Diamond has got that which you has been looking for.
What did Romero have on you?
Some records. You know something, Diamond? I don't mind killing you at all.
Drop it, Fletcher.
What?
Wait.
I got Walt.
Fletcher.
How is he, Walt?
Pretty bad. I didn't know you had a gun, Rick.
Neither did Fletcher.
Diamond,
Yeah?
phone for a doctor. Hurry.
I'll do it, Rick. Hey, who tore this phone out of the wall?
Fletcher got tired of hearing it ring.
What's that you're playing, Rick?
Oh, it's an old thing.
Oh. Yes.
Hello, Helen. This is Walt.
Yes, Walt, he's right here.
Thanks, Dan. Hello, Walt.
Rick, we found the stuff Romero was blackmailing Fletcher with in a safety deposit box. A bunch of books that exposed one of Fletcher's old rackets, enough to send him away for life.
Well, bully for you.
Oh, and something else. You better get down here right away.
What for?
You didn't finish your test. You don't want to flunk it, do you?
What?
You got the first part all right. The hypothetical part I can cover for you. But you didn't do anything on the last part of the written examination.
Now, you listen to me, Fatty.
Fatty?
The fattest. I've chased my head off solving a case and getting your big feet...
Big feet?
Big feet out of trouble. I've gotten shot at, insulted, kicked in the face.
Well, those things...
I don't want to hear any more of your lame-brained excuses. You just fix it up for me, and I'm going to go in and drop a few subtle hints to the commissioner about his nasty old lieutenant.
You wouldn't.
Oh, but I would.
Try.
What did you say?
Oh, what am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Take the test for me. Fill out the answers yourself. Cheat.
Cheat?
Cheat!
But...
Oh, that's what you always say.
Now, what were we talking about?
Oh, honey, you were asking me about this little old song.
Pretty. What is it?
Oh, well, give a listen. Oh, how I miss you tonight. Miss you when lights are low. Oh, how I need you tonight. More than you'll ever know. Each moment though we're apart, you're never out of my heart. But I'd rather be lonely and wait for you only. Oh, pal, how I miss you tonight. Okay?
Oh, it's very pretty. Shall I?
Might as well.
Yes.
May I please speak to Mr. Diamond?
Oh, my goodness, Rick.
No, Walt?
Yes, but look out.
Oh, all right. Hello.
You passed, Mr. Diamond. 99 out of 100.
99 out of 100, Which one did I miss?
The last one. I knew you wouldn't care, so I let Otis fill it in for you.
No.
Yes, the commissioner wants to see you tomorrow morning.
Why? What was the question?
To what department does the cleanup squad belong?
Well, what did Otis write for an answer?
The Department of Sanitation. Tomorrow at 11, Rick. Au revoir.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Don Diamond, Ann Morrison, and Paul Dubov. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC today? One of the finest programs in NBC's Sunday lineup of stellar entertainment is Theater Guild on the Air. Later today, be sure to hear Richard Widmark and Teresa Wright in the romantic comedy There's Always Juliet. That's Richard Widmark and Teresa Wright on Theater Guild on the Air today on this NBC station. Next, hear James Melton and Harvest of Stars on NBC.
This, I believe. Howard McKinney put himself through the University of Pittsburgh by working in the steel mills. His ambition was to become a doctor, but there wasn't enough money. Instead, he went into social work. Largely as a result of his initiative and understanding, a hopeful project called Hill City came into being. There, Pittsburgh's Negro youth find facilities for recreation and a chance to work out their problems under intelligent, sympathetic guidance. This is Howard McKinney's creed.
I was born in a congested residential area in the city of Pittsburgh. I have not called it a slum area because I have always disliked the term because of its implications. My friends and classmates were all born and raised in the same district. At an early age, like most young people, I fell under the influence of a boy whom I looked upon as a real hero. In fact, there were some 10 or 12 of us in our little gang, and we all looked upon Johnny as a hero. Johnny was a good-hearted kid, but his parents had been very careless about what they permitted him to do. I can recall hearing his mother brag about the fact that she fooled the streetcar conductor by dropping a penny in the fare box instead of the regular streetcar token. Johnny also told me that on several occasions his mother had sent him to the door to tell collectors that she wasn't in when she did not plan to pay a bill. However, all of us liked Johnny because he would steal things and share them with us, and also tell us improved methods for robbing the huckster or the small corner grocery store. I often wonder what would have become of me if my mother had not seen me one day as I was stealing a cake from the store on the corner. My father, mother, and I had quite a conference at home from which I emerged very tender, much weaker, but far wiser. It was at that point that I fell under the influence of my new Sunday school teacher. He was a former ball player and an all-round good guy. He set up a scout troop and took us on hikes and camping. It was this man who taught me to use the Bible as a guide to successful and peaceful living, and who also taught me many of the guiding principles which I now use in my work with young people. In fact, it was Jerome Hill who first gave me the idea of trying to render real service to other young people by attempting to show them that all antisocial acts were carried out by people who had lost respect for themselves and others. At about this point, Johnny and two of my former friends were picked up by the police for stealing, and they were sent away to a house of correction. This, if nothing else, convinced me that certainly crime did not pay. But I also derived this, one thing, which still remains with me and has been perhaps my real reason for entering the type of work in which I am now engaged. I felt a sense of guilt when Johnny and Joe were sent away because, as Mr. Hill put it, if I had really been my brother's keeper, they never would have gotten into difficulty. Instead of doing some of the things that they were doing, I should have tried to use my influence to keep them out of trouble. In fact, I should have insisted that they go to Sunday school with me and join my scout troop. Since that time, I have tried to use every means at my command to keep young people, as well as adults, from doing anything which would lead them into serious difficulty. This has called for a great deal of study of my fellow man so that I could in some way analyze his behavior and help alleviate some of the conditions which lead people to commit antisocial acts. I am happiest in this type of work, and I greatly doubt that I would be happy in any other type of employment. My Bible tells me that I am my brother's keeper, and this I believe.
That was Howard C. McKinney, director of Pittsburgh's Hill City, a strong, soft-spoken man who is doing a big job.
Good evening. This is Peter Lorre. Disillusionment does strange things to people. When the world delivers a crushing and saddening blow, there is an impulse to renounce life completely. But a barred door is no insurance against death, as you will hear tonight in a mystery playhouse. The Mystery Playhouse is host tonight to that champion of the people and defender of truth, Mr. District Attorney. Well, Mr. D.A. has been putting the finger on a criminal element of the big city for some time now. He's dealt with all sorts of racketeers, thieves, murderers, and come out on top every time. Let's see how he does it tonight, huh? In a business district of Mr. D.A.'s city, surrounded by tall gray buildings, stands a lone house, its windows boarded, its walls faded, the unkempt and gentle remains of yesterday's splendor, striving valiantly but hopelessly to hold its own against the strong and overwhelming odds of today's commerce. Within the house, a single kerosene lamp dimly lights a dusty, disordered room. Here, an old lady seated in a chair, rocking back and forth. Another old woman enters the room and speaks to her.
Elma. What is it, Mary? I don't like to bother you, but isn't it time that I went to the store? You're not going to the store, sister. But I go every day. I have my reasons, Mary. But there's no food in the house. I know. And we need kerosene for the lamp. I'm aware of that. Well, then why don't... Please remember, my dear, I am your older sister. Oh, I'm not questioning your decision, Ella, but... what is your reason? We have no money. No money? Mr. Douglas has not sent us our cash allowance for the last 4 weeks. Why not? I don't know. Then what shall we do, sister? I am going to see Mr. Douglas. You are going outside the house? Yes. But, Ella, your vow. You'd be breaking it. You haven't left this house for nearly 13 years. I know. Why can't I go, Ella? Oh, my dear child, you're much too young to handle business matters. Oh, I was 67 last month. You're still my baby sister. I have qualms every time I send you around the corner to the store. You could hardly expect me to send you on an errand like this. Oh. Very well.
Listen to me for a minute.
Yes?
I want you to wait here in the house for me until I return.
Yes, of course.
You're not to answer the doorbell if it rings.
Oh, I understand.
I shall bring the food back with me.
All right.
I never intended to break my vow and leave this house. But for your sake and mine, I must.
Why?
There's some important reason why we've not received our allowance. I'm going to see Mr. Douglas and find out. Mr. Douglas?
Yes?
I came here to your home for only one reason. Our allowance.
Well,
My sister and I have not received any money from you in the past 4 weeks.
yes, I know that, Miss Crawford.
Well?
I've been meaning to drop around and go over the entire matter with you.
What do you mean?
Well, I have some rather shocking news for you.
What is it?
You haven't any more money.
You mean it's gone? All of it?
Yes. I regret to say it is.
I don't understand.
You and your sister were receiving a weekly income from the interest-bound securities that were left you both.
I know.
As the administrator of the estate, I have handled these securities to the best of my ability.
Yes?
Unfortunately, the companies that you held stock in were non-essential industries. The curtailments of war wiped them out.
Mr. Douglas, I don't believe you.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Miss Crawford, but it's true.
I think you have been dishonest with us.
Oh, now, just a minute, please.
And in view of that, you leave me very little choice.
Why, what do you mean?
When I leave here, I shall go to the police
Well, what for?
to have you arrested for stealing our money.
Oh, I see.
It was too large a sum to just dissolve in the manner you described. Why did you lock that door?
I've been hoping you'd come here. That's why I stopped sending you the money.
Are you trying to frighten me?
No. I'm merely going to kill you.
You're joking.
You think so?
Keep away from me. Keep away. Keep away.
Excuse me, Chief.
Yes, Miss Martin.
You know Sam Green, don't you? He runs a little delicatessen store right off Main Street.
Yes, of course.
Well, he's outside. He'd like to see you for just a minute.
What about?
Oh, it's something about a customer of his.
Probably wants you to collect a bill for him, Chief.
Well, send him in, Miss Martin. Send him in.
Yeah, he's quite a guy.
Go right in, Mr. Green.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Hello there, Sam.
Oh, hi, you Mr. Harrington. And you, Mr. District Attorney?
Hello, Sam. What can I do for you?
Well, it's about a customer of mine. A very nice little old lady.
Oh, yes.
She ain't been into my store for the last 2 days, and so I'm worried.
What'd I tell you, Chief? I knew it'd be something like this. He wants you to find customers for him.
You're some joker, Mr. Harrington. But that ain't it. For this particular lady not to come in, there must be a special reason.
Well, how's that?
For over 12 years now, this is the first 2 days she has missed.
Huh? Who is she?
Her name is Crawford, Miss Marie Crawford. Maybe you remember reading about her in the papers a couple of years ago.
Crawford?
She and her sister live in that old tumble-down house right in the business district.
Oh, yes, I know the house.
Oh, yeah, I remember the story, too. The building inspectors were going to close it up, and the 2 old ladies wouldn't let them in. Oh, boy, did the feature writers jump on that one.
Exactly. They were a very wealthy family once.
Well, this woman has come into your store every day until just a few days ago, is that it?
Yes, so I'm worried. If something has happened to her, if she is sick or something, there's no way to find out. No one goes into the house.
Well, Sam, we'll be going through that neighborhood a little later on. We'll stop by at the house and see what we can find out.
I'm wearing my knuckles to the bones knocking on this door, Chief. Well, what do we do now?
I think we'd better try to get in somewhere.
Yeah. Now, how about skeleton key?
Yes. Chances are the poor old woman is sick.
Either that or very deep after all that knocking. Well, I'll try this key here. This one ought to do it. Wow. There we are.
Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you.
Oh, we'll have to use a flashlight in here, all right. Those windows all boarded up. Just like night.
Yes.
Oh, there we are.
Well, this is quite an establishment.
Yeah, looks like an abandoned junkyard. What are all these empty boxes scattered around the hall?
Well, I'd guess they might have been placed there to trip up any unwelcome intruder.
Huh? Hey, look down there at the end of the hall. 3 pianos.
Yes, covered with dust. Well, let's see if we can maneuver around these boxes.
Yeah, right.
Let's be a little quiet.
Yeah, sure, Chief. I feel like little Eva hopping cakes of ice.
Wait a minute, Hank.
Huh?
Listen.
Hey, what's that?
I don't know. There seems to be a faint light coming from that room down there.
Yeah, that's where that sound comes from, too.
Yeah, let's see what's in there.
Okay. Hey, look, Chief.
Yes. It's an old lady.
Just sitting there, rocking.
Well, we better let her know we're here.
Is that you, Ella?
No, ma'am. May we come in?
Oh, I thought it was Ella returning. Well, who are you and why are you here?
Well, we've just come to see if you were all right.
Of course I'm all right. But you really shouldn't be here. Oh, Ella will be angry.
Who is Ella, ma'am?
She's my sister.
Is she around?
No, she went out on an errand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm rather worried about her. She's been gone for such a long time.
How long?
Well, almost 2 days.
2 days? Where'd she go?
Well, I've been trying to remember. It was something about money. I know that because that's why I didn't go to the store.
Well, why didn't you let someone know about this?
Well, because Ella told me to wait here. I always do as Ella says. You see, I'm her younger sister, Marie.
Are you sure you can't recall where she went?
No, not quite. But it did have to do with money.
Mm-hmm.
You see, there was nothing to eat in the house, and she was going to get money for food.
You mean you ain't eaten since she left here?
No, I guess I haven't.
Well, have you a lawyer, a business advisor, anyone who handles your affairs?
Oh, yes.
You know who that is?
Well, I'm trying to think. Now, wait, this might help.
Yeah.
Ella wrote out a card a long time ago. I carry it when I go to the store in case anything should happen to me, and I have it here someplace. Oh, here it is.
May I see it, please?
Surely.
Thank you.
Ella wrote it down very plainly.
Yes, I see. In case of accident, notify William Douglas, 14th floor, Spire Building.
Oh, that's it.
Yes?
That's who she went to see, Mr. Douglas.
You sure?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, Harrington, call Miss Miller to have her bring some food over here, and we'll pay her call on Mr. Douglas.
Won't you sit down, gentlemen?
Thanks.
Now, what can I do for you, sir?
Well, Mr. Douglas, we'd like some information from
Anything
you.
at all, sir?
We've just come from the home of a woman named Crawford.
Marie Crawford?
Yeah, that was her first name, Chief.
Oh, yes. Do you know her, Mr. Douglas?
Oh, very well. I handle her estate.
Oh.
Nothing wrong with her, I hope?
No, it's her sister that concerns us.
Her sister?
Yes, she's been missing for almost 2 days.
Yeah, the old lady told us that she left the house to come to see you.
To see me?
Yes. Did she ever show up?
Tell me, Mr. District Attorney, how did you ever get mixed up with Marie Crawford?
Our storekeeper brought her to our attention. He was worried about her because she hadn't put in her daily appearance at his shop.
So you went to her home to investigate?
Yeah, that's right.
Was there anything about her behavior that struck you as unusual? Vagueness of manner, perhaps?
Yes. Yes, she did have trouble recalling things.
I'll bet she couldn't even remember my name.
No, that's quite true.
Well, what's that got to do with her sister disappearing?
Oh, a great deal.
Yeah?
You see, Miss Crawford indulges in flights of fancy.
Huh?
You mean she hasn't a sister?
No. I mean she had a sister. She's in Northside Cemetery. She died in 1931.
I see. Well, get that information for me, will you please, and call me back. Thank you very much. Yes, come in.
You busy, Chief?
No, come in, Harry.
Oh, thanks. Well, Chief, I just been out to the North Side Cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
That old gal's buried out there, all right.
Did you see the grave?
Well, it wasn't a grave, Chief. It was one of these, these here above-the-ground jobs.
Yes, mausoleum.
Yeah, that's right. I copied off the carving, though. It said, Ella Crawford, born January 10th, 1870, died December 25th, 1931.
Christmas Day.
Yeah, I also checked with the records out there. This was the Crawford family plot. Yeah, that Marie's down for some space when she kicks in, too.
I see.
Yeah, I guess the poor old dame is just a little loose upstairs, huh, Chief?
Well, she is eccentric. There's no doubt about that.
You know, for a minute and a half, I thought we had a red-hot case.
I'll take it. Okay. Hello? Speaking. Oh, yes. In 1935. You're sure of that? Well, thanks a lot. Goodbye. I think I have an assignment for you, Harrington.
Right, Chief.
I want you to go over to Sam Green's delicatessen. See if he kept a copy of the grocery list that Miss Crawford used to bring him.
Right.
And if he hasn't got them, ask him to recall just what food she ordered.
Yeah, sure. Have you got a new angle?
Well, yes, I have. I've just found out something that makes me question whether Ella Crawford did die in 1931.
Take a little more soup, Miss Crawford.
Thank you, Miss Miller.
Now, you really haven't eaten a thing.
Yes, I know. Ella would scold me for that if she were here. She's always after me about my eating.
Oh, really? You're very dependent on your sister, aren't you?
Yes, I don't know what I'd do without her. Mm-hmm. You see, Mother and Father both died when I was quite young, and Ella took charge of me from that day on. I've always been with her, even when she married.
Married?
Yes, Ella was married to a very wealthy young man named Robert Elliott. They fell in love at their first meeting, and 2 weeks later they were married.
Well.
His parents, however, did not approve. They forced them to separate before they'd been married a year.
Oh, how awful.
Ella was never the same.
Did she ever see him again?
About 50 years later, when he died.
Oh.
He'd been killed in an accident. His parents had long since passed on, and he died alone and penniless. They found a picture of Ella in his possession, so she was the one who was notified of his death.
I see.
Yes, he died on Christmas Day in 1931. She buried him 2 days later and never left the house again. She felt that her soul had passed on with him.
And that's why you lived like this?
Yes. Ella took a vow that she'd never leave the house again, and I've stayed with her.
I see. Miss Crawford, do you mind if I leave you for a few minutes? I want to make a phone call.
Oh, not at all, my dear. I'm sorry there's no telephone here, but we had so little use for it.
I understand.
That nice Mr. Green on the corner has a telephone in his store.
All right.
I'm sure he'd let you use it.
Well, thanks a lot. I'll be right back.
Oh, such a nice child. I do hope she finds Ella.
I don't think she will.
Who's that?
Mr. Douglas.
Oh, Mr. Douglas. Well, how did you get in?
I came in the side door.
Where is my sister?
She's all right, Marie.
Oh, but she's been gone for 2 days. Is someone taking care of her?
I took care of her. Now I've come to take care of you.
Well, Chief, have we got something on this case, or ain't we?
I'm beginning to think we have.
Yeah?
Yes, before you got here, Miss Miller phoned from Green's Delicatessen.
Yeah? I must have just missed her.
Yes, she called to report that Marie Crawford's sister, Ella, who was once married to a man named Robert Elliott.
Robert Elliott?
Yes, it seems as though it was an unfortunate marriage. His parents broke it off.
Robert Elliott. Let me think a minute.
He died on Christmas Day in 1931.
Hey, wait a minute. December 25, 1931. Mm-hmm. That's on the old gal's epitaph, too, Chief.
Yes, I know. That's why I think...
What?
I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Chief. It's
yes?
me again, back at Green's Delicatessen.
Yes, Miss Miller. What's up?
Well, after I left you, I went back to the Crawford place and found that Mr. Douglas there.
Yes? And what was he up to?
He was trying to talk Marie Crawford into packing her things and leaving with him.
What? Did she do it?
Well, no, I stopped sorted.
Good.
Mr. Douglas says the old gal's batty and wants to put her away, but I wasn't having any of that.
Well, good for you, Miss Miller. Where's Douglas now?
Oh, he went off in a huff, muttering about court orders and stuff.
Well, that's all right. Where's Miss Crawford?
Oh, well, I brought her down here to the store with me.
Mhm.
She's right outside the phone booth now listening to what Sam Green thinks about Hitler.
Oh, well, that's fine. And don't let her out of your sight. Okay. I'll send Brophy out to stay with you. You've done a good job, Miss Miller.
Thanks, Chief. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, look, Chief.
Yes?
While you was talking, I remembered something.
Yes?
Robert Elliott. That name is carved on a tomb right next to the Crawford dames. I saw it.
Well, that buttons it up, then. Come on, Harrington.
Where to? Oh, what Miss Miller had to say.
Never mind that now. We're going out to Northside Cemetery.
You know, Chief, this ain't exactly my idea of a pleasant way to spend an evening. Taking a walk through a graveyard.
Well, if you feel like whistling, go ahead.
Oh, no, that only wakes up the ghosts.
You remember the location of the mausoleum?
It's right along here someplace. Wait a minute. I think that's it right down there.
Good.
What are we looking for on this excursion, Chief?
Proof that Miss Crawford did not die in 1931.
What? Well, if she didn't die, where is she?
That's something Mr. Douglas may have to answer.
What? You think he knocked her off, Chief?
I'm not sure.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, I think this is it.
Shine your flashlight on.
Right. There you are. Ella Crawford.
Yeah.
Hey, look here, Chief, right next to it. I was right. This here's the tomb of Robert Elliott.
Yes, I see. Died December 25th, 1931.
Yeah. Well, what do we do now?
I'm going into that mausoleum.
Yeah. Huh?
Yes, it's quite necessary that I do, Hank.
Well, Chief, do you think it'll be okay? I mean, well, don't you think we ought to get permission for a thing like this?
Well, no, I'm afraid that might lead to complications. We'll just have to do it on our own responsibility.
Yeah. Well, how do you get into one of these places?
Well, just open the gate, I imagine. There we are. You wait out here, Harrington.
Yeah, right, yeah. If you get stuck, holler, Chief.
I will.
Shut up, you.
Oh, Harrington.
Yeah, Chief?
Come on in here. I want to show you something.
I was afraid of that. What is it?
There. There's the answer.
What? Oh, I get it. What do you know about that? Well, that's it, Chief. Come on, let's go.
No, let's wait here.
Huh?
Put your light out.
Huh?
I said put your flashlight out. I want to wait here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess he's part of the franchise here.
Yes.
How much longer do we wait in here, Chief?
Oh, just a little while. I had an idea that something might happen. But I guess maybe I was wrong.
Yeah? Hey, Chief, I just been thinking.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
There's a car coming.
Right. Hey, somebody's getting out here.
Yeah. You need some help,
What?
Mr. Douglas?
Who's that?
The district attorney.
Well, what are you doing here?
I was going to ask you the same question.
Well, I've come out to Miss Crawford's grave.
Yeah, so we see. What's that you're carrying in your arms?
Cover him with your gun, Harrington.
Right.
He's carrying the dead body of Ella Crawford.
Sure, and he wants to put it in that empty casket we just looked at.
Why, really, gentlemen.
Never mind the alibis, Douglas. Come on with us.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the clever plan that Mr. Douglas had evolved to cover up the death of Ella Crawford failed. And he paid the full penalty for his crime.
Yeah, and for his swindling those old women out of their dough, too. Don't forget that, Chief. What a mean guy.
Yes, indeed he was.
What made you first suspect Douglas, Chief?
It was the identification card that Ella had given to her sister, Marie. It was in Ella's handwriting, and it gave Douglas's address as the Spire Building. I recall that the Spire Building hadn't been erected until 1935. I had this point confirmed. And that was 4 years after the supposed death of Ella Crawford.
Yeah, how about that mausoleum, Chief? That had us fooled for a while.
Well, Ella Crawford built that for herself when her husband died. In her own eccentric way, she believed that it was a harbor for her soul, the soul that she had lost when he passed away. As we know, she'd even gone so far as to have the date of her husband's death carved on her own tomb. For in her mind, she regarded it as the date of her own death.
And that little eccentricity nearly enabled Douglas to get away with the murder of Miss Crawford, too.
Yes, Miss Miller. Unfortunately, we were able to catch him, proving once again that the criminal never can win.
Say, that Douglas fellow was a pretty low character, huh? Can't you just see him as a little boy playing happily, pulling the wings off the flies? Well, Mr. District Attorney, more power to you, sir. Many thanks, and I hope you and your cast pay us another visit soon. Now, my friends, are you ready for our trip to the green room? Huh? The players are rehearsing our next performance there, you know. Well, just come with me. Please. Come. Come.
You hit a rock.
Oh, it doesn't sound like a rock. It's a little hollow. Dig it up, whatever it is. Yeah. Well,
It's a skull.
yes. A skull. Spears is right. This place must have been an old Indian burial ground.
Please put it back.
No, keep it.
Carl, perhaps you'd better put it back.
Please bury it again, Mr. Cruz. It will bring bad luck to all of us.
No, Spears, that's just a silly superstition.
Well, what about the rest of the skeleton?
Well, there doesn't seem to be one. No, just a skull. You bring it into the house, will you, Spears?
I'd rather not.
All right, I'll take it in myself. But don't either of you mention this to my brother Arthur. He's terribly scared of things like this, and he's just gotten over his nervous breakdown.
Carl, perhaps you should put the skull back.
Lucille, you're not being taken in by this hokum about curses, are you?
That sounded like my wife, Mary. She was cleaning the windows.
Good heavens. She fell out of the window.
Mary. Well, she's unconscious. Please do something. You must do something.
I'm afraid there's nothing we can do, Spears. She hit her head against a rock. She's dead.
How's Spears?
He's quieted down.
I can't understand it. There's only one rock underneath the window, and Mary hit that. That one rock. There isn't even a pebble around for yards.
Well, don't go imagining things again, Arthur.
Spears kept talking about a curse.
Spears believes in pixies and gremlins, too, don't forget.
Well, I feel rather funny about it all.
Oh, Carl, maybe you'd better switch some more lamps on. This living room feels gloomy.
Oh, let's cut this nonsense out.
Wait. Do you hear anything?
Oh? I don't.
Yes. Something's coming from the ceiling.
What's coming from the ceiling? I don't hear...
What is it?
It must be the beam. They sometimes do that from the heat.
It's not the beams. It's too regular a sound.
What room is directly above us?
It's an old bedroom. We use it as a storeroom now. It hasn't been open in years.
There's something up there.
Of course there is. A lot of old things from years back, Lucy.
Did you put the skull in the corridor?
Yes, I did.
What are you two whispering of? It's coming down the stairs.
We'll take a look and settle this. So far...
Look!
At your feet, Carl.
The skull. How did it get down here?
It came down the steps.
seems to be looking up at us.
A skull. How did it get into the house?
Carl found it while digging. Spears said it belonged to some Indian.
Spears was right. There is a curse on the house. We'll all be killed. I'm leaving. I can't stand it.
Skulls that come bouncing down the stairs all by themselves. Say, that's a little unusual, isn't it? Huh? Well, why don't you try to be on hand next time when the Inner Sanctum's boy, Raymond, gives us the lowdown on some skullduggery. This is Peter Lorre closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.